Good morning, everyone. This is the Compact's workshop on vulnerability assessments. We will be getting started shortly. Thanks for your patience. Good morning, and thank you for joining the Southeast Florida Regional Climate Change Compact's second virtual workshop of 2021 to support the implementation of the Regional Climate Action Plan. My name is Lauren Ordway-Evans, and I staff the Compact's capacity building efforts. Since the Compact's inception in 2009, it is focused on aligning local government action to build resilience to climate change and reduce greenhouse gas emissions across the 4-county region of Broward, Miami-Dade, Monroe, and Palm Beach counties. The Compact has successfully built bipartisan commitment to break down silos across local government to assess our shared vulnerabilities to sea level rise and other climate impacts, and has developed the Regional Climate Action Plan containing specific recommendations for climate action and has made significant implementation progress on these recommendations. Next slide, please. We've seen marked changes in land use plans, the deployment of capital expenditures to fund resilience projects, and successful regional advocacy for climate and energy policies at the state and federal levels as a result of Compact activity. Next slide. This workshop series serves as a key vehicle to provide local practitioners a deeper understanding of, as well as resources and tools to advance the recommendations of the Climate Action Plan. So many of the recommendations within RCAP are predicated on having a comprehensive picture of vulnerability across our communities and assets. Vulnerability assessments are foundational to identify the people, places, and infrastructure most vulnerable to climate change and are the first step to adaptation responses that strategically direct resources and funding to those communities who are on the front lines. While we know many local governments in Southeast Florida have already undertaken a vulnerability assessment, there are still many communities who have not taken this critical step. Today's agenda has been designed to provide value add to both practitioners who have worked on vulnerability assessments, as well as those who are just at the beginning of this journey. Next slide. Our audience today is relatively split in terms of where you are in your process. In a pre-workshop survey of participants for this event, more than 58% of you indicated that you have not yet conducted a vulnerability assessment, while about 41% of you have. Next. More specifically, in terms of this audience and where you are in your respective processes, 41% of you indicated you've not yet started your assessment. 22% of you are currently undertaking your vulnerability assessment. 14% of you have completed the assessment and are looking at next steps. And 22% of you are implementing recommendations and actions based on the analyses you've conducted. Next. For those of you who have already conducted a vulnerability assessment, around 3/4 of you are using consultants to do this work. Next. And sometimes at fairly significant costs. While in many cases it does make sense for local governments to work with a consulting firm to conduct your assessment, we hope today's workshop will also help to expand the understanding of free data, tools, and resources that may allow local communities to reduce costs associated with conducting a vulnerability assessment. Next. Finally, while the majority of you are using your vulnerability assessments to advance action, some of you are still struggling with this step. We hope today's agenda will help connect the design of your vulnerability assessments to actionable and implementable projects and available resources. Next. So why are we here today? Following the passage of several sea level rise and flooding resilience bills during the 2021 legislative session, establishing the Florida Resilient Grant Program to fund resilience planning, this workshop aims to prepare local governments for available funding to assess vulnerability and ensure alignment with state requirements. Additionally, we will hear in detail about federal funding opportunities. We'll cover basic components and key concepts of vulnerability assessments. We'll discuss federal, regional, and local open data tools and resources to support community assessment of vulnerability. And last but certainly not least, we will learn about best practices for putting people at the center of vulnerability assessments and the integration of socioeconomic information. Ultimately, if our aim is equitable climate action in Southeast Florida, we must be sure that vulnerability assessments are designed to examine and uncover the specific populations and neighborhoods that are most at risk. Next. We will start today by discussing alignment and readiness for funding to advance VAs, including state funding through the Resilient Florida Grant Program and various FEMA programs, such as BRIC, hazard mitigation, and flood mitigation programs. We will then pause for a question and answer period. You are welcome to submit question and answers throughout the sessions in the Q&A chat box. Next, we will learn about the basic components and key concepts of a vulnerability assessment for those who may be new to this process. Following session 2, we will take a 15-minute break. When we return, we will hear about federal, regional, and local open data resources and tools, followed again by an audience question and answer. Next slide. We will then close out the day by talking about expanding these assessments beyond the scope of infrastructure only and ensuring that people are at the center. Just a few housekeeping notes before I turn it over to our first speaker. This webinar is being recorded. We will post the recording and all of the presentations on the Complex website after the event. As I just mentioned, please do use the Q&A function at the bottom of your screen to ask a question at any point during a speaker's presentation. We are capturing those questions, and after each session, we will have time for Q&A. We will be attempting to get to as many of the questions as we can. However, given the number of attendees, we unfortunately likely will not get to all of them. Finally, we will link the agenda and our speakers' full bios in the chat function here in just a bit for your reference. So without further ado, let's dive into our first session. Please welcome Whitney Gray, who is the administrator of the Florida Resilient Coastlines Program at the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, and Karen Bolter, senior planner with Arcadis. Whitney, thanks so much for kicking us off.
Thanks, Lauren. It's great to be here. I just want to thank you for inviting me and for giving me an opportunity to let you guys know about the new Resilient Florida program. We're going to review the major sections of what was called Senate Bill 1954. It's now referred to as Section 380.093 Florida statutes. In the House, this legislation was also referred to as Always Ready. So you might have heard several different names for this, but going forward, we're calling it Resilient Florida. This landmark legislation for the state has resulted in unprecedented resources being made available to work on one of the most pressing issues facing our state. Some of you may have heard me speak about the program previously. I want to reinforce to you that our understanding of how we will implement the wishes of the governor and legislature continues to evolve. This is going to be my understanding of this program as of 9:09 a.m. on August 18th. So please remember that, and we'll keep you updated as best we can as we get more information about how this program will work. This is a challenging, fast-moving effort, and we really appreciate your patience as we roll the program out. So let's dive in. Next slide, please, Russell. So there's 5 basic sections to the program. As I said, there are a lot of moving pieces, but you can see the 5 biggest chunks here, what's referred to as the Resilient Florida Grant Program, the Comprehensive Statewide Flood Vulnerability Dataset and Assessment, the Statewide Flooding and Sea Level Rise Resilience Plan, and the Regional Resilience Entities, and the Florida Flood Hub. Those are the main sections I'm going to be going over today. Next slide, please. So get to my notes. So this part of the program, the Resilient Florida Grant Program, is modeled on the Florida Resilient Coastlines Program that many of you may be familiar with. And these grants this is a granting part of the program. These grants will be focused on 4 types of projects. comprehensive plan amendments, especially for compliance with peril of flood, sea level rise and flooding vulnerability assessment, and we'll talk some more about that in a moment, adaptation and resilience plans, and projects that adapt critical assets. So as you can see in the graphic from the Florida Adaptation Planning Guidebook, we're continuing to emphasize a planning approach to determining needs. That's why the vulnerability assessments are such an important part of this part of the program. And I'm so glad that this is a whole workshop just focused on that one topic. One of the most important parts to remember about the new Resilient Florida program is that in the past, FRCP was open only to coastal communities, but this program and all other parts of Resilient Florida are open to all Florida communities statewide. Next slide. So if you've looked at the statute or heard previous presentations, you see that there are some requirements for the vulnerability assessments that are funded under this program. One of the goals of the entire program is to complete that statewide flooding and vulnerability assessment using as much local data as possible. Many of you, as indicated by the survey earlier, many local governments have done vulnerability assessments using FRCP grants and other funding sources, but the results are not necessarily compatible with each other as a data set. That's why we've added certain requirements, certain required outputs for the assessments done using Resilient Florida funding. And these are minimum requirements. The items laid out here on the slide are minimum requirements. Grantees can include other sea level rise projections or timeframes if they want to, but the required elements must also be present. There is considerable leeway in the statute for an applicant to provide reasoning for not going along with these requirements. So please check the statutory language very carefully. However, your help in producing the data needed by the governor and the legislature is appreciated. Next slide. So one of the aspects, one of the project types in this section of the grant is projects to adapt critical assets. So what you'll also see in the statute is that we have that term defined. And so I just wanted to throw up here what sorts of things are considered critical assets. You can see that it's an extensive list, and we borrowed heavily from FEMA's lifelines to create this list in the statute. So there's a lot of things that are considered critical assets. Next slide, please. We're going to skip over talking about the data set and the statewide vulnerability assessment for a moment and just jump right into another of the funding pods available from the statewide flooding and sea level rise resilience plan. So this is a 3-year rolling plan. And in the intent section of the statute, the legislature acknowledges that Florida faces significant challenges from sea level rise and other sources of flooding across the entire state. And they require us to allocate funding in a manner that prioritizes addressing the most significant risks. To take a coordinated approach to addressing these flooding impacts and to conduct a statewide assessment of flooding and sea level rise risk, but also to develop a coordinated approach to addressing those risks. And that's where this plan comes into play. This is the statewide flooding and sea level rise resilience plan. And so to prioritize the projects that are proposed, there will be a scoring system that's devised during rulemaking. Rulemaking was required to be initiated by August 1st. We have done that. It is kicked off. We recognize that rulemaking will not be completed in time to meet the other deadlines in some of the other deadlines in the statute. So the first round of grants that are going out will be leaning on the statute for guidance as opposed to leaning on any rules, since we won't have time to pull them together. So as you're considering projects to submit, make sure that you're reading the statute carefully. And if you have questions about that, of course, you can always get in touch with us. The first year of the plan leans heavily on the vulnerability assessments that you all have already done. And so what we want to do is make sure that the funding is used to adapt projects that are actually vulnerable to sea level rise and other types of flooding. Next slide, please. A couple other considerations with this funding. In the statewide resilience plan, there is a cost share unless the applicant is considered financially disadvantaged small community, which is defined in the statute. And then we see the vulnerability assessment criteria come up again. So again, just to reiterate, the projects that you identify that need to go into the plan and be funded out of that funding source need to have been identified in a vulnerability assessment that meets the criteria that were established back in the first section that I talked about. We're trying to make a real consistent foundation for the work that we're doing here and for the funding that goes out. And so, as I said, we want to make sure that projects that are done using this funding are actually at risk of sea level rise and other types of flooding. The funding in this program here, the projects that are submitted will be ranked. We'll do, using the tier system that's laid out in the statute. We rank and prioritize those projects, but they will go to the legislature for final approval. And in this first year, and that's December 1st, those projects are going to the legislature. And those projects would be funded during the 22-23 fiscal year. Next slide, please. Another, I think, very exciting aspect of the new program is the recognition that regional resilience entities, such as the Compact, provide amazing technical assistance to their member local governments. There are several of these that are already established in the state, more that are coming online. And we know that they have a proven track record in helping local governments achieve real gains in resilience. So we're really excited to partner with them. It is a small pot of money for these regional resilience entities to provide that technical assistance to their members, but we're happy that that funding is in there. Next slide, please. And finally, the final big piece of this whole program is the establishment of the Florida Flood Hub at USF in the College of Marine Science. This is really exciting because this really acknowledges the need for more research, better models to help Floridians understand how sea level rise and flooding are affecting their areas, both on the coast and inland. The hub is going to be developing these Florida-specific models and will coordinate research efforts. They're going to establish community-based programs to improve flood monitoring and prediction, and will coordinate with us at DEP, with the water management districts and others to advance these resilience efforts. We're coordinating very closely with Dr. Tom Frazier, who's the Dean of the College of Marine Science at USF. He, as you probably know, is the former Chief Science Officer for the state, and we feel like the Flood Hub is in good hands with them. We're looking forward to working more extensively with them. Next slide. So this is the slide everybody really loves, and my big colorful chart. And what I tried to do here, and it's a little hard to see the very bottom of this slide, but the top rows describe what the different pieces of the program are. And you can see under activities, the row of deadlines. These are deadlines, mostly for DEP that we have to get things in completed by. But what's just under, at least on my view, the funding amounts that are not quite showing are going from the far left under the planning grants. There's $20 million in fiscal year 21-22 for planning grants, strictly planning grants. That's the comp plan amendments, the vulnerability assessments, the adaptation and resilience plans. We've been very fortunate to get $500 million from the American Rescue Act from the federal government to fund adaptation projects So as you recall, that whole program, the Resilient Florida Grant Program, that's the first section that I covered, includes being able to adapt critical assets to the effects of flooding and sea level rise. Well, we have $500 million as a one-time slug to facilitate that. You can see we have about $4 million in contractual services money to work with the Flood Hub and begin to aggregate data. That's not your money, that's my money. So this other money over here on the green side, that's y'all's. But then over in the middle, in the yellow column, that's the funding for the statewide plan. That funding will actually be initiated in the 22-23 fiscal year. And there'll be $100 million, up to $100 million allocated by the legislature for those projects. And the final funding opportunity, again, is under the regional resilience entities, and that's $2 million. And those are all the appropriations that we know of for right now. This project is anticipated to continue. So we feel like, we have confidence that this will continue into the following fiscal years. We just don't know the exact appropriations. Of course, the process can be really variable. Let's go to the next slide. So to get an application underway, we've tried to make it really simple. And I think this is going to be different than a lot of other grant processes that you've gone through. But we've got a project portal that is on the Protecting Florida Together website. And in the project portal, we're just asking you to put your proposal in. You'll notice some things like there's no max award, there's no maximum award that you can request. And we don't have a lot in the way of time frames in there. And that's because all those different funding pots are all different colors of money, and they all have different time frames associated with them. For example, we believe that the federal money will have to be encumbered by 2024 and projects completed by 2026. But as I mentioned before, that's my understanding as of 9/23 on August the 18th. So we continue to work with the governor's office and the legislative offices to understand exactly how that federal funding will work. Once you get a project put into the portal, we're going to be screening them and trying to figure out what's the most appropriate funding source for the project that you want to do. And then we'll be working with you to refine that application in a more detailed application that's online in a different place. Again, just to reiterate, the projects for the statewide flooding and sea level rise resilience plan have to be ranked and submitted to the legislature by December 1st. The projects going into the $500 million pot, we're not sure at this point what kinds of match requirements there will be for that, or whether or not they will need to be approved by the governor's office. So we're still waiting for some details on that. I think we can go to the last slide, and I'll wrap up there and be happy to stick around and answer questions. Thanks.
Thanks, Whitney. Hey, everyone, my climate community, good morning. I am Karen Bolter. I'm really excited to be here to talk to you about funding. I'm in Coral Springs in Broward County. Those of you that don't know me, I have a background I was a professor at FAU and Broward College. I've worked in local government, and now I work on the urban and coastal resilience funding team at Arcadis. And in my experience, working with vulnerability assessments, I saw that the biggest challenge was to make them actionable. There's all these plans, and how do you implement them? And funding was always the biggest barrier. So I've been working 4 years with Arcadis. I spend more than half of my time on FEMA applications, and I've had really great success that I feel a lot of pride for. So I'm excited to share with you about FEMA funding, the complexities, and trying to simplify some of them for you. It is a very complex process. Of course, there's other types of federal funding, whether it's the EPA, HUD, DOT. But I'm going to focus on BRIC, HMGP, and FMA, on those different FEMA opportunities. There is so much information out there. FEMA, I'll show you later, they have a webinar series. It has the notice of funding for the BRIC and FMA. There's important information on the scoring criteria, the community lifelines. I don't want to get into those details of logistics. They're very straightforward. It's more these confusing aspects and the tips and tricks that I want to focus on, clarifying things that I found confusing when I first got into it, and that seemed to fluster other people as well. There's so many components to these FEMA applications, so many attachments and forms. It's very overwhelming. So I designed this presentation to kind of just boil it down, to simplify it and help you address it and ask any questions. And we offer a lot of technical assistance. BRIC is, especially with BRIC coming out this past year, 2020, it was extremely, extremely competitive. And it was kind of a little depressing for me to see the results after like almost a perfect track record for my funding applications that, a lot of them didn't make it. So many were ineligible. Out of almost 1,000 applications, 156 were ineligible. Why? I'll talk about why. I'll talk about a list of do's and don'ts at the end that can help you avoid having any, ensuring that it's not only eligible, but that it's competitive. So the big idea of my presentation is these FEMA grants, they're for any type of project where we are increasing the level of protection to any hazard, whether it's flood, wind, power outage, redundancy. The trick is showing how, telling the story. It's like a sales pitch. So in the next slide, I just want to talk about some of the logistics with, but even if you're not ready to start applying for funding, how can you tailor your vulnerability assessment process so that you can leverage all the different aspects of that process to support funding the implementation of that vulnerability assessment? So you really have to start looking at the vision at the end and how it's going to come to life. And so we call these FEMA ready projects, that a lot of the information in the vulnerability assessment, you can just copy and paste it and just use different pieces of it to make a really strong FEMA application for a wide variety of projects. Because a lot of the FEMA, like those scoring criteria I mentioned that I'll talk about later, they want to know about partnerships. They want to know about outreach. So if you're documenting these in a way that, okay, this is so easy, all that's going to go into the application. You can kind of modify and adjust and add to that vulnerability assessment process to start looking at projects and making sure that they're going to be cost effective and eligible, and just looking at any other type of information that will support that FEMA ready project. Data to start collecting. So we'll talk about that. The next slide is, a graphic I put together with really the point of all this and why FEMA is giving, wants to hand out all this money, is because they see that there's a return on investment, and that right now we're in this, we're reacting to everything. We're just trying to provide solutions. And so we're in this disaster rebuild cycle, when if we can rebuild in a more preventative way and just modify, obviously with climate change, we're having even more disasters, and with increases in development and population, there's more exposure. So how can we minimize impacts to future disasters? It's all about switching from reactive to preventative, and it saves money. We work with a lot of water, wastewater utilities. And so this little graphic in the top right was a FEMA study that showed that every dollar you spend on pre-disaster mitigation actually saves you $6 on future losses. Well, for utilities like water, wastewater, that ratio, you can save 31 plus dollars. So it really shows that there's a cost aspect to it. And that's really part of FEMA. They have a strategic goal to build a culture of preparedness. And these are the kind of buzzwords that in your narrative of your application, you want to be using those buzzwords. What are the cascading impacts to community lifelines? what are all these words? Like you go through the FEMA documents and you get these words and you're like, oh, that's a good one. Let's put those in. So the next slide, just a little quick blurb about Arcadis and our funding team. We have a funding team all over the country, and our team came out of Hurricane Sandy. A lot of the benefit cost analysis methodologies that we put together and standards are used by FEMA and HUD for CDBG today. So we have an amazing track record all over the country for getting over $5 billion in funding for our clients just in the last 7 years. And it's really about that process from planning to implementation. And the next slide, I'm going to get into the types of FEMA funding. So President Biden announced just a week or two ago, almost $3.5 billion for HMGP. So there's FEMA funding is either disaster related or non-disaster related. HMGP is for disasters. So because of all of the COVID relief, there's a certain percentage of that, and it's allocated by state. So for Florida, we have one of the highest allocations, $188 million. So that's going to be due later in this, in the spring. That's further down the road, but that's a huge opportunity. And by the way, so for all three of these, for HMGP, FEMA, and BRIC, extremely similar applications. HMGP and BRIC, FMA and BRIC are non-disaster related. But really, I think the biggest difference is that FMA obviously focuses just on flood and not on other, HMGP and BRIC are for all types of hazards. So the flood mitigation assistance, it's focusing on repetitive loss properties. Repetitive loss properties is a data set that FEMA has that is really hard to get. It's not publicly available. The floodplain manager or the city manager has to request it. But if you can find a project that will somehow benefit these properties, it's a really great opportunity. The next slide, I'm going to talk more about the $160 million that was announced for 2021. So FMA and BRIC are both due for the 2021 cycle. They're due to the state of Florida, the Department of Emergency Management, at the end of July, but they're due to the state of Florida. They want them by December. So the time is now to start focusing on FMA and BRIC, and then you can always resubmit the application for HMGP when that comes out, double your odds. Because if you win, worst thing that happens, you win both and they tell you pick which one, right? So after I talk about FMA, I'm going to talk more about BRIC and the $1 billion that's available for 2021. The NOFO was just released. And so there's competitive projects and non-competitive, but there's a typo there. So the cap for BRIC is for each project is actually $50 million. And I developed some of those $50 million applications. There was one $50 million application awarded. So I'm sorry about that typo. The next slide, talking about FMA. So I mentioned that 160 million is available for flood projects and plans to protect some repetitive loss and severe repetitive loss properties. So that you can do a lot of different plans. One of them, it was previously called advanced assistance. It's called project scoping. They have these for BRIC as well and HMGP for $300,000, and for a larger one for FMA, it goes up to $900,000. I heard on a FEMA webinar, they were calling it seed money. Like they're literally giving you money to develop an application that you can submit back to them. And the reason is because they want good applications. They want to fund communities to scope out really well thought out projects. So your plan can be to look at your CIP, you can submit an application. I want $300,000 to look over my CAP, to have all these different meetings with the departments and figure out, okay, here are the projects, here's how we prioritize them. And then we pick this one, we develop, you're using all of that funding, the grant funding, to develop an application. And then you could submit that application to BRIC, FMA, HMGP, and actually you get extra points when they're scoring the application. If you did use FEMA money to fund that development, you get an extra 10 points. So there's a lot of really awesome opportunities here with FMA. The way that they're scoring FMA, they've changed it this year, and they're actually adding a lot of the things that were in BRIC. for example, looking at social vulnerability using the CDC index, and also looking at climate change and future conditions. So the next slide, I'm going to switch gears and talk about BRIC and kind of those lessons learned from 2020. In 2020, there was $500 million available. Like I said, almost 1,000 applications requesting almost $4 billion. So it was extremely competitive. There was the criteria I mentioned, a lot of focus on nature-based solutions. And like I said, everything's about increasing that level of protection. One thing about these projects is that you phase them. And all that means is that you categorize, the main part is the scope, the schedule, the budget. So the schedule, all of those things need to be phased. Phase 1 is the design and phase 2 is construction. If it's a plan, obviously that doesn't apply. And plans don't have to be cost effective, just the projects. And so really just start early to develop a competitive application. So let's talk about those scoring criteria on the next slide. So for each of these BRIC applications, you can get a maximum of 200 points. And so there's 8 technical criteria, which are just all or nothing. You got them or you don't. And then there's 6 qualitative criteria, which are rated on a scale with 6 categories. Like if the criteria, they're worth different points, which I'll show in the next few slides. But you have something like divided on a scale of 6 of how well you meet that criteria. I was going to say one other thing. Oh, prompts. So I'm going to go through these criteria really, really quickly. Like here's the 8 technical. Next slide. Here's the 6 qualitative. FEMA has I can email you a lot of documents where they have for each of these criteria an explanation of what the criteria is, and they have bulleted prompts. And so when I develop applications, I literally have the prompt and how it answered it. It makes it really easy for them to score. The next slide, I mentioned community lifelines. So these are different services that protect the community. And of course, there's cascading impacts between all of them. They're related to health and different impacts to utilities. So the goal is to frame the project about more than just, increasing the level of protection to one hazard. It's telling the story about the impacts of that hazard rippling into these other circles, whether it's food, water, shelter, safety, and security. And so what are those different ripple effects, and how can you kind of narrate that? Here's the risk before the mitigation project, and here's how that risk is reduced after. The next slide, really quickly on eligibility. I'll talk a little about benefit cost analysis and how to keep things cost effective, like I said a few times, that's the focus, is reducing risk to future hazards, increasing that level of protection, meeting building codes. The environmental and historic preservation requirements are really just a bunch of attachments about historic buildings and things like that. The last bullet, aligning with the hazard mitigation plan, it's a good idea to get involved with the county mitigation planning, because if you get your project on that as a prioritized project on that plan, it's a lot easier to get it funded. It's really good for it. So of course, equity is a huge issue. It's a huge important way to frame it. So the next slide, here are the results. You can click one more time. Oh, yeah. So there was, like I said, $500,000 available. Click one more time and there's another little piece of information. Yeah, there you go. So, there were, with the BRIC, there were 512 mitigation projects submitted. 490 were not selected. That means that only 4% of the applications submitted were selected. So if you submitted an application and didn't win, yeah, it sucks, but it was really, really hard. And I'll show those 22 awards on the next slide, but you can see that most of them, half of them were flood protection. So on this slide, we have those different awards for 2020. And you can see that for Florida, we did get 4 of them, but they all went to Pasco County. Good for them. So a lot of them were not selected and were ineligible or withdrawn. So we had 23 projects submitted. 6 of them were awarded, including some plans. And then the amount requested 6 were ineligible. The next slide. So this is just for Florida. Now for those 22 for the entire country, you could see that a lot of them, the project categories were utility protection, pump stations, levees. I highlighted the 4 projects that the applications were developed by the Arcadis team. And you can see that it only went to 10 different states, including DC. You can see on the right that the different award amounts ranged from $1 million plus to all the way at the cap at 50 million. This $50 million project in California, man, I went to their website. That project has been in the planning stages for years. I mean, it was really nicely fleshed out. I mean, these are the projects I think that they need if you're going to go for $50 million. The next slide. Click one more time too, if you don't mind. There you go. My little do's and don'ts. Don't stress, especially for HMGP. I'm going to show later a project that we did with WASD where it was HMGP for Hurricane Irma. Like that money was just, guaranteed. A lot of times cities will just submit a blank application with the cover sheet. And it's like, they just send you a request for information. So if something is missing, it's not going to be ineligible. They're just going to request that information. Also, I mentioned the equity part. I was on a webinar last week where they talked about the social determinants of emergency preparedness. And I really, really love that. I work on a lot of health projects. And so this social part of emergency preparedness, framing the equity in that way. I see a lot of FEMA stories where they talk about a community and why it matters. And they say, this was the first Black community to do so-and-so. Like you want to characterize your community and what makes it unique and what was there first. And really kind of, like I said, it's a sales pitch. What you don't want to do. Now, this is the really big one because so many applications get thrown out because of one word. And what is that one word? Maintenance, repair, replace, wear and tear, fixing. It's old, it's falling apart. If that's true, that's fine, but don't say it. Don't say it anywhere, because as long as you're increasing capacity and increasing level of protection, that's what you want to focus on. I mean, what is going to happen if this project doesn't happen? And how is the project going to avoid that happening? And so showing those types of things, like for example, the photo here is from Hurricane Michael, and you could see the watermarks. So the data to show that there's, even if there are not, a lot of the projects that we do that are successful, there's never been any historic losses. That's okay, as long as you can show somehow through modeling that there will be. So it's about increasing that level of protection and showing any information that you have about what would happen if the project was not awarded. The next slide, just some ideas about different eligible projects. So on the left, we have by hazard, focusing on flood protection. You have acquisition, flood proofing, any type of stream restoration or stormwater management. Nature-based solutions are really important. So that's flood, but of course, any other type of hazard. And you can also mix and match and put all the hazards together. You don't have to pick just one. If there are a lot of hazards that the project protects to, the more the better. On the right, you have different types of plans. Like I mentioned, that up to $300,000 for project scoping. So it can also be for a water master plan. It can be for a vulnerability assessment and adaptation plan. And then in the bottom right, I just wanted to talk about particular infrastructure that we find it's just kind of always a no-brainer that it's going to be cost effective and eligible. So like utility upgrades that increase the level of protection because you can show that you're avoiding any loss of service. And so generators, SCADA, pump stations, these are all really good. The next slide is just a little bit about the timeline. So, the application period will be throughout the fall. And this year it was July 4th, no, July 2nd. It was around there that we found out. So if you submit your application this year, you'll find out in the summer. By the end of 2022, you should have a contract with FEMA and you can start your project. Here's the thing also is that starting the project, with scheduling, as long as if you start the application and you're at 90% design, that's okay. The more design, the better. And you can actually get a little bit of reimbursement. Like if you, when you get awarded the project, you put a request for reimbursement, you can get back 75% of what you paid to have the application developed or for other design that was done. You just can't actually put a shovel in the ground and start construction before that contract is executed. There's a new tool for applying. It's called FEMA Go. It's pretty straightforward. And the cost share for these projects, like I said, you get 75%. There are some communities, low income, that can get 10% cost share for a lot of these. The next slide, I mentioned that we can help. I mean, if you want to just email me and ask me a simple question, these applications are really, really, really complicated. So you have to have so many different attachments, cost estimates, what are the alternatives to the project, any type of economic impacts. The benefit cost analysis is one of the most challenging parts. So there's a lot of due diligence that has to be done and a lot of components. The next slide is an example for the benefit cost analysis. So I mentioned, it's either going to be a modeled future losses or historic losses that you show that it's cost effective. So FEMA has an Excel tool where you put in your results from the analysis, looking at, okay, here are some return periods, for the 100-year event, what are the losses avoided in terms of flooding, in terms of loss of service, what are the losses avoided before the mitigation and after the mitigation. And so you figure out what the costs are. And as long as it's cost effective, as long as that ratio is higher than 1, it's eligible. And it's not like being, having a ratio of 1.1 or of 10.1 makes a difference. It's not part of the scoring criteria. And actually, sometimes if your BCA ratio is a little bit too high, it kind of So it really doesn't matter as long as you get it above that 1 ratio. And so the picture on the right is a little infographic that I made for one of the $50 million projects that we applied for last year, breaking down the benefits into, property, people, employees, health, recreation. So there's a lot of different, and the cool thing is there's so many different standards, and FEMA is really flexible. You can be really creative in how you show things are cost effective. One of my clients in Virginia, most of my clients are in Virginia or Indiana. They had nothing other than a few photos of flooding. And based on when those were taken and estimating water depths, we were able to show that it was cost effective and it was awarded. I'll show you at the end of the presentation. I'm almost there, actually. So I'll leave you off with 3 case studies of applications that I've developed. So in the next slide, this is a project that just kicked off. It's a water treatment plant in Virginia. It's not on the coast, but it's like in a bowl. And so in the next slide, you can see that we showed them how, we designed this flood wall around the plant and showed all the different components in those pictures around it, how it would be safe, how it would increase to the 500-year event. And actually, since we submitted this application, there have been 2 500-year events. So they really do need this project. And the cool thing also about this project actually is that everything has changed since we submitted the application. It doesn't matter. It's called a mod, right? So you just send FEMA this modification letter and you say, we changed the scope, we changed the schedule, we changed the budget, and they just approve it. It's a 3-year project. You can get extensions to go out to 5 years. Sometimes we've had even higher. So it's a great project. Oh, and by the way, another thing is, if it, like I had mentioned, the environmental and historic preservation, if they call it ground disturbance, is like, where are you digging? Where are you actually having the staging area for your project? If that's higher than an acre, you have to have an environmental assessment. So obviously that's something we needed to do for this project. The next slide is for closer to home, Miami-Dade Water and Sewer. So this was for Irma HMGP. The next slide, you can see that it was actually 2 applications for over $30 million. And this is what I was talking about when I said combining hazards. because we just went around to the different facilities and we interviewed the operators and we said, what's not working? And so there were issues with ventilation, with the generators, with floodproofing, and wind, and all of those were just put together and these applications were awarded. The 1.7 million in the FEMA announcement is just because that's for the phase one, like I mentioned, the phasing. So the next slide is my last example. And so this is that town in Virginia, Portsmouth, which is a very, very disadvantaged community. You know, you have Virginia Beach, and then going west to Norfolk, and Portsmouth is just, they have a lot of needs. So it brings me a lot of joy to help this community with their resilience planning, and in particular, this stormwater pump station in a historic area. On the next slide, you can see kind of what I was talking about with, you know, ground truthing the different data points for this stormwater pump station, that we had photos around the city, we estimated the depths, and there were repetitive loss properties. And so this project actually just kicked off to install this stormwater pump station to protect this area of Portsmouth, Virginia. The last slide is just a link. So Lauren's going to be sharing all of this. There's a new document that came out from Nature Conservancy that has some really good information on how to integrate nature-based solutions into FEMA grants. And then I also wanted to plug that there's this FEMA webinar series that is only 1,000 spots. So on the next slide, I put all the different topics moving forward. So you can see there was just one on data and trends. I have these PowerPoints that they've done already and they put it on their YouTube page, but there's one later today about equity. So these are some really great webinars to learn more information. That's it. My last slide is just my contact information. And if you want to know more, you know, any questions that you have, if you want to email me or call me, I can come to your community and do a presentation, lunch and learn, and just, you know, share with you and talk about projects and help you figure out, you know, which would be a good project to apply for funding, because this is just, there's a lot of opportunities. I mean, BRIC was so competitive, but the good thing is we have the HMGP from COVID, we have FMA. One last thing I forgot to mention, like the 4% success rate from BRIC compared to FMA, because yeah, there was $500 million available for BRIC, but there were so many applications. That's why only 4% of those competitive ones were awarded. Well, with FMA, there were 236, I think, applications, so a lot less, and more than half of them were awarded. So based on that, I mean, it's worth looking into what are your severe repetitive loss properties? How can you find a project around there? Because even though there's less money available, it's so much less competitive based on, well, who knows, maybe everyone that applied for BRIC last year feels discouraged and they won't apply this year. Like, we don't know. We're just trying to increase our odds and bring more of that federal money to South Florida, because this is the community I care about most.
Thank you so much, Karen. That was just a wealth of information. And yes, I have heard from many that are feeling a little discouraged about BRIC. So appreciate just all those resources and pointers. Whitney, if you can join us. Again, we have a very robust set of questions for you both. I'm actually going to sort of just take this Whitney first, just to not confuse people, and then Karen will turn questions over to you. So buckle up, Whitney, because we got a lot of them for you.
Gotcha.
And some of these are kind of asking you to reiterate things that you did talk about, but I think it's always helpful for folks to hear it a few times. So the first question is, will funding for regional resilience entities be ongoing and support the compacts or a compact or collaboratives ongoing operations, or only short term to set up a regional resilience entity?
So the funding for regional resilience entities is, it's very specific in the statute, and it says that the funding should be used to provide technical assistance to the county and municipalities that are members, to coordinate multi-jurisdictional vulnerability assessments, and to help develop project proposals on behalf of those local governments. So it's not really in there to fund the stand-up costs of a regional resilience entity.
Great, thank you. So, and this is certainly covered, but just to say it one more time, someone wanted to clarify that the planning grants can be used to fund vulnerability assessments.
Oh, yes.
Yes, okay.
Oh, yes.
Great. So another question is, if we've already have a vulnerability assessment, are you literally looking to see the project listed as a recommended mitigation, meaning flood mitigation project within the VA report? Or can we use the VA data to justify the project after the fact?
So I think this is one of the vagaries of how legislation is written. You know, if you are a fan of the Florida Adaptation Planning Guidebook, which I know I am, we typically encourage a slightly different process where you do a vulnerability assessment and then you gather your community together and you do an adaptation plan, and then you prioritize your implementation projects. So what we're looking for here, it's kind of short circuits that process, but what we're looking for is that you have demonstrated that the project you want to do is because that asset is vulnerable to sea level rise or other kinds of flooding. So there are lots of different kinds of assessments and reports that may point that out, but you're going to have to show us that sea level rise is going to impact this thing, or that future flooding is going to impact this thing that you want to adapt. What that report is called, or exactly, you know, I just want to encourage you not to get penned in by those words, vulnerability assessment, right? There are lots of different kinds of assessments that people do. And if you've analyzed sea level rise and can show that or future rainfall is going to impact this piece of infrastructure, I think that's what we're looking for.
Okay, super helpful. So to be clear, someone asked to submit a successful capital project in the portal by September 1st. It needs to 1, have a 50% match, 2, be identified in a vulnerability plan, which you just described, that isn't just vulnerability assessments, right? And 3, that the vulnerability plan must include the elements laid out in the statute.
So that is correct, but that's specifically correct for that yellow column of funding. What the process that we're going to use is to screen the projects that go into the portal and determine which funding pot is most appropriate for them. So remember that we have this federal money also to do projects with, to do infrastructure projects with. We're still figuring out exactly how much match will be required, and if those are required to have that underpinning of the vulnerability assessment. So I just want to reiterate that that's the correct interpretation if you want the project to go into the plan, the 3-year rolling plan. If you have another need that might fit better into that other pot of money, we're going to work with you to make sure that that's a good project and that that's the most appropriate funding for it.
Very good. So if the vulnerability assessment that's already been completed contains 90%, I feel like I'm asking you SAT questions, 90% of elements described in the new statute, does that mean a proposed project based on that vulnerability assessment cannot be submitted for the year 1 consideration because the assessment doesn't include 100% of the elements in the statute?
Well, since the application is open, that's a really, really specific question. And we don't know yet if that will become a competitive advantage or disadvantage. We're asking that the vulnerability assessment include those sea level rise projections. I understand y'all in the Southeast Compact have your own projections, and the Tampa Bay area does as well. Using the projections that we're requesting serves two purposes. One, it provides us consistent data to feed into that statewide vulnerability assessment. And I think consistency is the key point here. We are working really hard to create some consistency across all of these things. So, you know, I can't really tell you at this point if that will make your project less competitive or not. That's what's in the statute, and that's what we're going to try and go by.
Understood. Thank you. So is there any additional guidance on ranking other than what is in the legislation?
Not at this time.
Okay. If a city has a FEMA approved flood mitigation action plan and watershed master plan, do they need to also complete a VA under the new Florida statute?
Yes, that would be, unless they can show us, again, right, we don't want to get penned in by those words, vulnerability assessment. If the other analysis that they have includes the sea level rise projections that we've requested and the time horizons that we've requested, you should be good to go.
Okay. This question I think might be a little bit outside of your particular authority, but I think it's a worthwhile thing to discuss. It seems like this grant seeks to address current impacts of sea level rise and flooding. Will this grant also fund resilience projects that address future long-term impacts of burning fossil fuels as opposed to solar? We're seeking grant funding for a solar microgrid project that would power an emergency operations center, 911 dispatch, and fire rescue headquarters / training center. So any thoughts about potential broadening of the scope into the future? I know you don't have a crystal ball.
No, I don't, but I would tell you, and I think I would take a page from my friend Karen's discussion. I think framing your application is important, and there are numerous reasons why a critical facility might have solar backup for their power generation. So I would encourage everybody to think outside the box. And if you're working on an application for something that doesn't seem directly related to what's in the statute, think about how you might be able to frame it, and think about how it could, in fact, help you mitigate flood risk.
Great. This is also a kind of a specific question, or maybe actually it's not that specific, but I think someone's just asking about the types of projects. They say, looking at the application project title and project descriptions, are we proposing a project such as building elevation, water drainage, etc., after doing our vulnerability assessment?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, great. And then kind of similar on eligible types of projects. This individual states in 5EF.5, it states that erosion impacts to parks or eligible types of projects, but erosion is not found anywhere else in the statute.
Yeah, I saw that.
Think, she says,
yeah.
Is a project where erosion is accelerated by rising seas and storm surge eligible project type?
So I want to clarify first, I did see that question in the chat and check the statute. And if you look very carefully, the specific citation that you gave lists projects that are ineligible. So you have to, just look very carefully at the statute for that. But erosion is one of the consequences of sea level rise and flooding. And so it may not be spelled out specifically, but remember, we're trying to do projects that adapt critical assets. And so if erosion is affecting a critical asset and there's a solution, particularly a nature-based solution that you can use to address that, we would encourage that kind of project. As long as it's not a beach restoration. If you're talking about working on a beach or on a dune, we have a whole different program that just got a bunch of funding for that too.
Great. So is DEP looking for H&H modeling to be completed in order to satisfy the rain-induced requirement in the vulnerability assessment?
There's nothing specific about H&H modeling in the
Okay,
statute.
very good. And for the planning funds, are there any limits on the number of planning grants or dollar amount one local government can apply for? Will those funds need to be spent in one fiscal year?
Sorry, Lauren, let me go back. There is mention of H&H assessment in the statute. I'm not all that familiar with that specific provision. So if the person who asked that question wants to drop me an email with that, I'll be happy to research it.
Great.
But the other question that you asked, I'm sorry, would you mind repeating it?
Sure, no problem. And for that individual, you can find Whitney's email if you don't have it in our bios document. The next question was, for the planning funds, are there any limits on the number of planning grants or dollar amounts one local government can apply for? Will
Nope.
those funds need to be spent in one fiscal year?
No, there's no limit, and no, they will not. The planning dollars, our program has historically been one fiscal year, which is a really tight turnaround time for projects like this. This project, these funds now are referred to as fixed capital outlay dollars, which means we have 19 months to encumber those funds and up to 3 years to extend out a project. All of those little complications are why we don't have timeframes specified in the portal. We really want you to just tell us how long you think the project will take and let us figure out which funding pot will allow for the time that you need.
Great. For the funds for protecting critical assets, can grant funds be used to address repetitive lost properties at risk of sea level rise, or do they have to be public facilities?
It has to be public facilities, although I will say that there is accommodation in the statute for affordable public housing. And I've started some conversations with the Florida Housing. You mentioned them at the beginning, Lauren. I'm blanking on the acronym, FHC, Florida Housing Coalition, or yeah. And we've been talking with them about exactly what that definition means. And so, but generally speaking, yeah, it's going to be on, not on private property.
Okay, great. And then the final question, Whitney, and you've done an absolute stellar job of getting through this list, so thank you. And this person was a little late, so I think they missed the part where you talked about the actual funding allocation, but I think, again, it's great to state things more than once. The question is whether or not this is a one-time pot of money, the reallocation of funding year after year. If you can just go over that one more time.
Right, so part of the funding is kind of a one-time allocation. The $500 million that we're getting from the American Rescue Plan Act is a one-time slug. The other funding, so part of the Resilient Florida program was to set up a trust fund that utilizes some revenues from the dock stamps to fund the program going forward. We anticipate that the planning dollars, the plan dollars, the $20 million for planning projects, the $100 million for the projects in the plan, and the $2 million for regional resilience entities. We anticipate that those will continue as the program continues, but we all know how the legislature is. So we anticipate that we will be set up for that, and we will have to wait each year and make sure that those monies are appropriated.
Okay, great. And we just had 2 last-minute questions come in for you, Whitney, and then we're going to turn over to Karen because I want to make sure we have a chance to get to some great questions for Karen. So someone mentioned regional assets are also listed in the statute, which I understand can be private property. Can you confirm if this is allowable?
We're still figuring that out.
Okay.
It does mention that in the statute, but again, I'll just use the weird term color of money. The color of money that we have is not allowed to be spent on private property, I believe, but we are still researching that.
Okay, great. And finally, if there is a countywide HVA available, can that assessment be used?
I'm not sure what an HVA is.
Okay, I'm not sure either. So if that person wants to clarify or follow up with Whitney, then
If
that
the
would,
if the VA stands for a vulnerability assessment, then there's probably OHBA, Home Builders Association.
Hazard
Vulnerability
Yeah, hazard, yeah.
If it addresses the two sea level rise curves that we are interested in and the time horizons, then absolutely.
okay, great. Well, wonderful, Whitney. That was fantastic. So now we're going to turn over to Karen. We have some great questions for you as well. First, can vulnerability studies include recent flood mitigation projects that have proven inadequate? I think this one is for you, but it was a little bit unclear.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you did a project, if you did a study and it was inadequate, then that's your story that you tell. You say, this, we did this, it didn't work, we learned a lot. We want to apply everything we learned and do it better. Please fund us.
Great. And are universities eligible for the grants that you covered?
That's a good question. Universities are it's not really. It's the local government, whether it's a city or the county that wants to apply. Like I mentioned, utilities, even as long as it's a public utility, it can apply. But for actually, for the HMGP, like I remember for that IRMA funding, there were a lot of projects on the hazard mitigation plan from University of Miami. And, so that those were on there. I mean, it's a little bit tricky. Like you have to have certain documentation. But you generally no. I mean, I don't know if they were on the, I know those projects were on the prioritized list, but whether they were eligible for the funding, it just depends. It has, because University of Miami is private. Like I think being public should be has to be part of it. There's just some documentation. It's a little more complex than that. So it really depends on the university. Sorry.
No, I'll just say for the Resilient Florida grants, unfortunately, universities and nonprofits are not eligible applicants for our funding. Happy to have them as partners on a project, but the local government needs to be the applicant.
Great.
I'll add one more thing. Like I did some applications last year for a hospital, and it was a private hospital, it was part of a trust, and they were eligible.
Wonderful.
So like I said, it's tricky.
So someone just noted that they are really interested in learning more about the microgrid project in DC that was funded through BRIC. And Karen, you don't need to weigh in on that now. I doubt you have maybe knowledge of all of these projects on hand, but if you happen to have any additional information, perhaps that individual can connect via email, or you can send it to me and I can try to pass it along to them. So that would be great. Someone asked, and I think it's a great question, how would you advise local governments to weigh whether they are more likely to receive BRIC versus Resilient Florida funding?
It's tough. I mean, it's a balance of how much money is available and how many applications come in. Like we don't know.
Right.
And we don't have a track record for Resilient Florida. So, I mean, at least with BRIC and HMGP, all those other programs, you've got a kind of a track record. As Karen showed, you can see the percentage. We don't really have that for this program yet. So,
well, and you can apply for both. I mean, something I forgot to mention is that with these federal grants, the match, they like when you supply the match through other opportunities. So as long as you can't match with another federal funding opportunity, but you can definitely supplement that match with state funding or other types of funding. So why not apply for both? See what happens. Right.
Similarly, for Resilient Florida, if we're looking at the federal pot of money to fund your project, you cannot use your local ARPA dollars as match for that. So you can't match federal with federal, and you can't match state with state.
Okay.
But with each other, it's all good.
Fantastic. Great. Okay, and then finally, Karen, are there limits on the number of applications for one entity under the various grants that you described? It looked like
Pasco.
Yes,
Yeah.
Pasco had several. So
They
I think
had
the answer is
4.
no. Yes.
Yeah. I you know, there's no limits, but another tip is to cluster the projects, because it doesn't have to be just one standalone. Like I mentioned with that WASD, the Miami-Dade Water and Sewer, you know, there were 14 different facilities, pump stations and a maintenance facility, all these different hazards. And we just put them all together so we could get to the amount that, you know, that we could. So when you have a cap like $50 million, why not, you know, it's less paperwork for everyone. So if you can find, if you have a treatment plant that needs a whole list of things, like why not cluster them together? If your whole system, across the whole system, you need, you know, you have all these generator deficiencies, why not apply, you know, like the hospital application I mentioned, that was for like 27 different generators throughout their different, you know, locations around the city. So I think that there's a value to clustering the applications, because it's less paperwork for you, it's less paperwork for FEMA. So why not aim high? But there's no limit on how many you want to apply to, and you can see that they're not, you know, when they score these applications, it's all about the score, not, oh, we you know, some of these states got left out. No, like it only went to 10 of the states because they had the best applications. And it's really about just, you know, like going through those prompts and addressing everything and just saying it, just showing that this is a beautiful project, because people are reading it and they want to see that you met all this, you know, scoring criteria. And then they also want to see that it's technically feasible. So as long as you can show that.
Well, thank you both so much. This was a huge wealth of information. Several folks have continued to ask whether the presentations and recordings will be posted. They absolutely will be in the coming days. And so you all can download both Whitney and Karen's presentation. All of that will be sent to you via email. So Karen and Whitney, thank you again so much for your time and your extraordinary expertise. We truly appreciate you being here. I've heard your presentation, Whitney, a few times now, and I learn something new every time. So I hope you all found these sessions to be helpful. So next, I'd like to turn it over to Alyssa Jones-Wood, who is the Sustainability and Resilience Officer for the City of Hollandale Beach. Alyssa, we are really grateful to have you here today. Thanks so much.
And thank you for having me. I'm glad to be here. And this presentation will be most useful to people who haven't done a vulnerability assessment so far. So for those of you who have done one, maybe you'll learn something new, but bear with me for about 15 minutes. So if you would go to the second slide, please. Next slide, please. So just an outline of what I'm going to cover. I always like when these happen. I'm going to go over some hazards in Southeast Florida, go over some key terms related to vulnerability, some asset categories, how to get staff involved, best practices for Southeast Florida, and some lessons learned, at least from what I've experienced. Next slide, please. So first thing to look at for a vulnerability assessment is obviously, what are you vulnerable to? What risks are you including? And in Southeast Florida, we have quite a number of different climate hazards: sea level rise, flooding, extreme heat, hurricane force winds, storm surge, erosion, impaired water quality or harmful algal blooms, contamination and pollution, vector-borne diseases, saltwater intrusion, and drought. Of course, there's even more than that, including the social impacts of climate hazards, including mental health. But that's just some things that you can include in your vulnerability assessment. On the right-hand side here is 2 tables from a Climate Central study done in 2019 that looked at increasing intensity for different climate hazards across US cities. And you can see I just pulled these because 2 cities in our region were ranked 1 and 2 in both of these. So storm hazard intensity and heat wave intensity, depending on the different emission scenarios, we're going to have some things to work with for sure. Next slide, please. Now, getting into those key terms. Vulnerability is usually described as a function of 3 things: exposure, sensitivity, and adaptive capacity. It includes exposure to specific social and environmental stresses, sensitivities to those exposures, and the ability to adapt to those sensitivities. Vulnerability assessments should not simply be maps of exposure to certain climate or environmental hazards, but should also incorporate sensitivity and adaptive capacity wherever possible. So I myself am a visual learner, so I wanted to use this diagram. It's known as a vulnerability scoping diagram to help those who also learn the same way. This tool can be helpful in helping you design the scope of work for your vulnerability assessment. You can use it to explore overlapping issues, and it can also be a useful tool to start conversations with members of your community to determine things that you may be overlooking in terms of the impacts of different climate hazards on community members. This tool was produced by Colin Polsky, Rob Neff, and Brent Yarnell. Colin Polsky happens to be the director of a local research arm of FAU, and if you have very specific questions about the vulnerability scoping diagram, I recommend that you reach out to him. So it's worth noting that with this visual tool that I'm employing, it can be done for a single hazard. You can do it multiple times for multiple hazards. It can also be helpful, just the same as a vulnerability assessment, to reproduce this after many years of exposure, sensitivity, or adaptive capacity, because those things can change over time. Next slide, please. So for that first component of vulnerability, exposure, it's the degree to which a person and the things that they value, or people and the things that they value, could be affected or touched by the hazards. Here I'm employing tidal flooding as the vulnerability, the climate hazard to use the tool. So you can see that the exposure is flooding. It's exposed population, it's infrastructure. And you can measure that in the frequency of flooding, the depth, the number of people impacted. It's worth noting too that different audiences may experience different exposure components or measures to the same stressor, because different neighbors can experience the same stressor in different ways. Next slide, please. And this is just another visual for visual learners. This is Hollandale Beach's vulnerability assessment map for our exposure to sea level rise, for instance, and that was funded by Whitney's program. Thank you, Whitney. So next slide, please. Sensitivity is the next kind of component of vulnerability, and that's the degree to which people and the things that they value are affected, either adversely or beneficially, by a hazard or hazards. Here again, looking at tidal flooding, you can see that some things that contribute to sensitivity include demographics, systemic injustice, and the way things like infrastructure are designed. And different ways to measure that sensitivity could be the age of the infrastructure, age of the population, and if there's reliable transportation or not, for instance. Next slide, please. And just a little pop-up of another visual from our vulnerability assessment. This is the census block groups where workers are relying on public transportation. So thinking back to how basically everything east of Dixie Highway in our city is definitely vulnerable to sea level rise, more so in the long term. Some of those areas here have darker colors, meaning that more workers in those areas rely on public transportation. So if a road is flooded and our minibus isn't running, the people that depend on that are more sensitive to the hazard. Next slide, please. And adaptive capacity is the last part of vulnerability, and that is the degree to which a community could mitigate the potential for harm by taking action to reduce exposure or sensitivity. Here, things like risk perception, access to information are components in ways to measure adaptive capacity. Perhaps the number of organizations in an area that are focused on support and justice, a survey or self-assessment of perceived risk, and the number of buildings or measures of infrastructure which has been built to be resilient to that hazard. Next slide, please. So some examples again of adaptive capacity, at least in the city of Hollandale Beach, are the number of social and justice-minded organizations like our Rotary Club, which you can see up here, that did kind of a drive for supplies after Hurricane Dorian, and also Humanity First organization in our city of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, as well as buildings adaptive capacity shown as our base flood elevation for different buildings, and access to information with the city's sign up page for learning about emergency information. Next slide, please. So I wanted to make sure that social vulnerability was also covered early in this workshop today. Social vulnerability is the susceptibility of a given population to harm from exposure to a hazard, directly affecting its ability to prepare for, respond to, and recover. Now, social vulnerability is a function of diverse demographic factors, socio and economic factors, and power structures that influence a community's sensitivity to climate change or other environmental hazards. It is often measured using an index. The SOVI index is the most popular. We've actually probably all of us become a bit familiar with it with COVID, as the CDC uses it. But there's also non-indexy ways of looking at social vulnerability in your community, such as having focus groups and conversations and just getting to know your residents and learning about their lived experience. Next slide, please. Now, as Whitney described earlier with the Always Ready Florida law, which statute I do not have the number of memorized yet, it's important and now necessary to include critical assets and infrastructure in your vulnerability assessment. This includes things that you would normally assume: hospitals, police stations, fire stations, water, sewer, those lifelines. Also, one thing that I always like to make sure is highlighted: hazardous waste sites. So those are actively polluting industries, suspected and or formally designated brownfields or Superfund sites, landfills, transfer stations, incinerators, hazardous waste storage locations, etc. Also, many of us include our government operations facilities and open spaces because we want to know what city or municipal or tribal properties are at risk, and those areas in terms of the open spaces that we might be able to leverage to help with that risk. But it's always important also to include people and the things or places that they care about. If you have the time, if you have, which hopefully you make the time, that's very important to make sure that it's not just a vulnerability assessment of the tangible things that are important to you as a government person, but also that your community, you look at the community vulnerability. Next slide, please. So who should be involved in this process? And I apologize to any of my coworkers who are looking at this in the widescreen. This is not the most flattering picture, but this is a picture from a climate change training that I had with our staff. And I just want to note that for doing a vulnerability assessment, it's really, really important to engage lots of different internal departments. It's generally going to be your environmental or resilience department, division, staff person, depending on your capacity, that kind of leads this, but it's important to include public works staff. And I think also important to include key stormwater field staff who have the lived experiences, boots on the ground, of dealing with flooding. Human services, if you have that department or division, to look at the social vulnerability aspects and also the connection with the community for ties to adaptive capacity. Parks and open spaces, your development or planning or building departments or divisions, your attorney and legal, always good to have them at the table, your executive or city manager or equivalent for your city, tribe, or county. Facilities management, if you're looking at how sea level rise or any of these other climate hazards are going to be affecting your facilities, you want to make sure that the people who deal with that are at the table, not only just for them to learn, but for them to give some insight as to different aspects of the building, which may be important for you to know. Your communications department, division, or person, you're going to be probably communicating these results of your vulnerability assessment to the public, so make sure that they have a full understanding of it and are engaged in the process. Housing, our city doesn't have this as a department or a division, but if you're larger than us and you do, definitely make sure they're there. IT and GIS, a lot of vulnerability assessments have a lot of mapping, so it's good to have these people at the table. And any other staff who are interested to join. I recommend putting together like a list of all the people that you want to make sure are at the table, and invite everybody else, because you'll be pleasantly surprised with the amount of information or insight that you get from people who you wouldn't necessarily think should be included. And again, I'm just going to keep reiterating this, also the public. Invite the public part of the process. Next slide, please. And at least my experience in local government is sometimes it's hard to get people to show up to your meetings. A lot of people have a lot of priorities, and vulnerability assessments or resilience isn't always necessary at the top of everybody else's list. So that's why I think, and in my experience, it was very helpful to have your city manager or equivalent make attendance mandatory for those important staff members. Make it optional for other people, but make that list of people who absolutely have to be there for you to have a robust vulnerability assessment at the end of the day. Be mindful of scheduling conflicts. For instance, don't kick off a vulnerability assessment at a peak budget preparation time. And some of us had surprises last year. I know we did for our vulnerability assessment. I kicked off our vulnerability assessment maybe 3 days after we were starting from working from home from COVID. So that was interesting. Think about the timing if you can. And prior to kicking off the vulnerability assessment, provide incentivized climate change trainings to staff to pique their interest and cover the basics. There's not a lot of people who, well, I hope that there are a lot of people who understand the basics of climate change and how vulnerability to different exposures or climate hazards in your city will impact their job. But it's good to touch on that in the first place so that you don't have to spend too much time covering that at the beginning. Next slide, please. But you will need to build in time whenever you're having your meetings for doing your vulnerability assessment to do exactly that. You're going to need to go over key terms. You're going to need to go over key topics, and you're going to need to establish your scope. In our case, we did our vulnerability assessment through the Florida Resilient Coastlines grant. So we had established scope to begin with and a timeline. If you have the luxury of having more than a year to do your vulnerability assessment, be flexible with being able to expand your scope based on the lived experiences of the people in your area and different people at your municipality or tribe. There are probably things that you should be including that you wouldn't know if you didn't start to have that conversation. Speak to how the impacts of climate will impact people's jobs. I spoke with our building department, for instance, talking about you're probably going to start getting calls at some point about when is my house going to be underwater? When am I going to lose service for this? It's good to cover that and make sure that the people that you're dealing with have a vested interest, and they know how this is not just going to be something that they are engaging in for a sole purpose and they're done, but how this is something that's going to be drawn throughout their entire career. Allow time for robust discussion that might feel wandering at times and for lots of clarifying questions. I realize it's kind of funny that I'm giving you a 101 and I'm going to say something about not doing 101s. In my experience, to get staff to understand climate change science, it's really helpful to not be like, this is weather, this is climate, sit here and listen to me, but more to just open it up to questions. People get climate information from everywhere, good sources, bad sources, and sometimes there's just little hangups that they just need to ask the question and have a good answer to really understand it. And also, you're going to get unique action recommendations by having a diverse set of people. I'm going to touch on that in a little bit for ours. So next slide, please. Next slide, please. All right. So some best practices for Southeast Florida include all the hazards which may impact your community, and don't leave heat out. I know most of the funding is about flooding, but heat, as we saw earlier, is one of the climate hazards that's going to be increasing in intensity, and we need to make sure that we include that. Look for interactions between hazards for potential compounding impacts. Utilize the most recent compact sea level rise projections and also the ones that are now required with Always Ready Florida. And as a best practice, include actions, even if it's just a few, to adapt to the conditions of your vulnerability assessment. And for those actions, I have found it to be very, very helpful to include basic scope of those actions and design cost estimates, so you can run with that and start applying for grants. Next slide, please. So this is just a snippet of some of the adaptation actions listed at short-term adaptation actions in our vulnerability assessment adaptation plan, and I just wanted to highlight two here. One is because we had a diverse set of people that were part of our process, we have a very interesting adaptation action of suspending ground burial and building a mausoleum to improve flood resilience at our city cemetery. People wouldn't have necessarily thought of that unless you were actively working a cemetery and you were invited to the table to realize, as flooding impacts our cemetery, it's going to impact the way that we do business with it. We should build a resilient mausoleum so that we can continue doing this. Another action was to change our landscape code to require salt tolerant native species in high sea level rise vulnerable areas. And we did a tree canopy assessment, and we have a number of trees that we're going to need to plant to meet our goals in those areas where sea level rise is projected to happen. We went with the highest case scenario, trees, hopefully they live a long time, right? So now we know the exact number of salt tolerant trees that we need to have in right of way and in public property. So some things that we can take action on. Next slide, please. And I just can't ever stop saying this, include heat as a hazard. I will drop a link in the chat if you want to this data set. I didn't include it in ours when I first started because I was under the impression that we needed to have like tens of thousands of dollars, if not more, to do our own heat vulnerability assessment in the city, put the PVC hobo data logger in a car and drive around, or do citizen science and get all of these thermometers and deal with kids for that. Now there's this perfectly accessible, free, open data set from the Trust for Public Lands that looks at urban heat island effect. Done. Not even that hard. I know people are going to go over data sources a little bit, but I just wanted to make sure that people knew about this, and I will definitely drop it in the chat. So next slide, please. Other best practices for Southeast Florida, and these are almost all absolutely pulled out of the CCAT equity recommendations, include social factors in the assessment that contribute to sensitivity, such as redlining, low to moderate income, population's energy burden, cost of living burden, languages spoken at home, vehicles per household, age, average year of built housing, tree canopy. If you have those, add them. Include an assessment of the organizations in your community that may be able to advance the community's adaptive capacity. Consider all properties, people, and communities. Don't use a methodology that ranks just taxable value above everything else. And one way to make sure that you don't do that is to incorporate community feedback via asset mapping exercises, or when you are doing the prioritization of assets. Include people. And it's incredibly important to include members of your community in this process. And I say that absolutely from a hindsight is 2020 perspective from ours. We had public meetings with our city commission, and that was it. We didn't have robust discussions with the community for ours, and that's something that I really regret not doing, and I hope to correct in the future. Next slide, please. So again, some lessons learned from me is to warm up your staff to concepts of vulnerability assessments in the days, weeks, or months prior to a vulnerability assessment. This picture gives me anxiety now because this was like 2 days before we got sent home from COVID, and I just see how close everybody's sitting together. But we did a full day climate change training before we kicked off our vulnerability assessment, where we did a 4-hour role play with the game of extremes. Baja from USDN came down. We had talks about sea level rise. We had talks about extreme heat impacts on public health days before we kicked off the vulnerability assessment. Yes, I fed everyone Thai food for lunch, but they came, they were engaged. And instead of me having to tell them, like, these are the different components of a vulnerability assessment, they learned it through doing. And you can see there's smiling people here. They had a good time. I think that that really helped us be able to move forward with our vulnerability assessment and just climate change work at the city in general. Lessons learned again, mandate and require attendance for those who need to be at the table. Provide food if you need to. I even raffled off solar cell phone chargers for staff that didn't have to be there but was there. I wanted everybody that needed to, that would bring something to the table, to be at the table. And don't rush the process, and don't forget to include people. Next slide, please. This is just my contact information and my plea with my very favorite meme to don't forget to include plants in your adaptation actions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alyssa. That was wonderful. And in particular, I love the tip of providing Thai food. That would bring me to a meeting for sure. So
the Asian American communities were suffering in terms of businesses, especially then. So I felt really good about giving a lot of money to our Thai restaurant.
All right, well, we have some questions lined up for you. First off, curious about how long your vulnerability assessment took, and did you feel like you needed more time? How long should folks expect who haven't done this process? How long should they expect it to take them?
I absolutely felt like I needed more time. As many of us practitioners know, in local government, sometimes it takes a couple of months to get contracts executed. So we were doing this through the Florida Resilient Coastlines program, which is a year, and it took, I think, 4 or 5 months for our contract to get executed. So we smushed this in about 6 months, and I wish that we had more time.
And do you have a sense of, you know, how long in general this might take folks, or you think it's kind of different based on the scope?
Well, so we're a very small city, so we had less geographic area to really do the processing for. I'm sure that that contributes to it. We also didn't do any fancy modeling. We just looked at bathtub. So depending on the methods that you use, the time frame that you need to kind of allocate for this is different. And also, I always recommend, and it's a best practice, if you are including people and you are trying to embed equity into your vulnerability assessment, to like not necessarily even have a set time frame. It'll take as long as it takes.
Right. Great advice. So you talked a lot about, you know, how you engaged your internal staff and colleagues. Can you kind of dive a little bit further into that? I mean, in what ways were they engaged? How often were these folks helping to provide data sets? Were they helping to design indices, or were they just more being made aware of the work?
They were being made aware of the work, and I wanted to make sure. I'm a one-person office here at the city, so it was a big push for me to build capacity within other departments to make sure that I wouldn't be the only person who could answer questions about sea level rise, climate change, vulnerability. So building capacity has been something that I've been trying to do, period. And that ended up being very helpful for having those conversations, because then I had really well-informed staff members when it came to the point of brainstorming different adaptation actions, and discussing really what they knew that we needed to do given what they knew about the situation. Of course, us then providing them with maps of exactly what was at stake was very helpful, and they were able to not need to like sit and stew on that for a while because they were already well informed. And that's something. We had two major staff trainings. One was that one full day one just before we kicked off the vulnerability assessment, and a year prior I did a lunch and learn, working with partners from Thriving Earth Exchange that helped pair us with a couple of local professors and scientists that basically served as a panel for that Q&A thing back and forth, so that everybody got their hangups clarified. I didn't know that volcanoes were such a thing that people thought was an issue, like that volcanoes were, interesting things that I didn't realize people were thinking in our staff about climate change that we got to clarify, so they were well informed for the process and for future stuff too.
Right, great. Great for buy-in for sure. So do you have a sense of how frequently a vulnerability assessment should be repeated or redone?
So I think that also depends on the methods that you used. So again, we did just bathtub. So if you have the money and availability to do ones that have in-depth modeling, I would do it as frequently as you can as you do adaptation actions to reflect the hopeful limit to exposure. I am submitting at least one application to Whitney's program to kind of fill in the gaps for our vulnerability assessment with the new state requirements. And it's been a year since we've had ours adopted. So I don't think that it's something that's going to sit on the shelf forever. You probably will need to do them every couple of years, especially if you're completing the adaptation actions that are in there, or if you have them in design already and you need to make sure that you're kind of taking the next step. I don't think it's a one and done kind of situation, but depending on your progress and gaps that might arise with new state laws every couple of years.
Great. So you mentioned, at times when you start engaging others, particularly folks who aren't kind of spending their days and nights in the climate and sustainability space, that sometimes they bring great new ideas to the table, or you start looking at things a bit differently. So I'm curious, were there things about your vulnerability assessment that changed or shifted based on internal staff engagement or engagement of other stakeholders?
Absolutely. I wish that I could say that I would be really creative with the adaptation actions that I was suggesting, but I was probably going to go with the ones that I know work and are done locally. But because we had people with those different experiences and expertise, and like the way that we're approaching our lift stations now, we're redoing all of our lift stations with resilience aspects that are based off of what we have in our vulnerability assessment adaptation plan. If I didn't have someone that was really, really, really into sewer piping, we wouldn't have probably had that on the list. It all who's at the table, who's part of the brainstorming, what goodies you get out of it to make your community more resilient in the future.
Awesome, great. Well, that was just a wonderful presentation, so clear, so concise, and great, just helpful information. I know not everyone's into 101s, but sometimes it can just be a great resource to look back on. So thank you so much, Alyssa, for sharing your experiences and expertise with us. We truly appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. So we are now going to take a brief break, and we are going to begin promptly again at 10:55. So please meet us back here at 10:55 Eastern. Thanks all. All right, welcome back, everyone. So with that, let's dive into our third session today, where we will learn about federal, district, and local open data resources and tools. During this session, we are going to hear from Paul Kuhn. And unfortunately, Paul and his colleague Temi were with the Center for Open Data Enterprise, or CODE, were not able to be with us here today. So Paul did pre-record his session, and we are going to tune into that in just a minute. Following Paul's presentation, we will hear from Carolina Moran, Resiliency Officer, and Akin Alasina, Chief of the Hydrology and Hydraulics Bureau, both with the South Florida Water Management District, who will cover district resources and opportunities for partnership with local governments in our region. And then finally, we'll hear from Katie Hegman, Resilience Program Manager for Adaptation with Miami-Dade County, who will cover local resources that can support your vulnerability assessment processes. After all three presentations, we will have a comprehensive opportunity for question and answer. So please just continue to put your great questions into the chat function throughout the presentations, and we will capture those. So with that, let's get started with Paul's presentation.
Hi, everyone. My name is Paul Kuhn. I'm going to speak with you today about federal open data resources and tools that can support community assessment and vulnerability. It's a pleasure to speak with you for today's Southeast Florida Regional Climate Change Compact Implementation Workshop. During my presentation today, I'll be providing you with some background about my work at the Center for Open Data Enterprise, the June roundtable we hosted on data for climate risk assessment in vulnerable communities, federal data sources and models, and some of the initial findings and resources that the roundtable produced. The Center for Open Data Enterprise, or CODE for short, is an independent nonprofit organization based in Washington, D.C. CODE's mission is to maximize the value of open and shared data for the public good by working with government agencies, businesses, nonprofits, and researchers who are both data providers and data users. Since it was founded in January 2015, CODE has held more than 24 roundtables and workshops with the White House and federal agencies, focusing on topics including medical research and healthcare, energy and the environment, and federal data strategy. In addition to our roundtables, CODE publishes research reports with insights, best practices, and recommendations on utilizing data for public good. We also develop resources for the US and international data community, including several websites and online tools. I'm going to talk about one of the recent tools we developed, an Airtable of climate risk models and resources, later in this presentation. This past June, CODE partnered with NOAA with support from Amazon Web Services and the Amazon Sustainability Data Initiative to co-host a virtual roundtable on data for climate risk assessment in vulnerable communities. The roundtable brought together nearly 100 participants from multiple federal agencies, state and local governments, academic institutions, nonprofit organizations, community groups, and private companies to identify types of data needed to address climate risks in vulnerable communities and explore strategies to enable federal, state, tribal, and local governments and communities to apply the data. It was responding to a problem that we're sure you're familiar with in Southeast Florida, the need to use climate and climate-related data to build resilience strategies against critical climate threats. The roundtable explored the importance of identifying at-risk communities who may need additional capacity, and then also explored how data is produced, processed, distributed, analyzed, and put into action across a climate risk data value chain that stretches from observation and collection to assessment and revision. CODE analyzed the following issues through 4 breakout session tracks that review data for community vulnerability and climate hazards, learning from local projects, and building federal strategies for climate risk. This slide shows CODE's climate risk matrix, which we use to understand climate risk and structure the roundtable around 2 types of concerns. Climate hazards, defined here as the physical hazards most likely to strike a geographical area, such as fires and floods, and capacity, which reflects the level of a city or community's resources to deal with those hazards, such as financial resources or technical skill. And the analysis of community capacity and the likelihood of exposure to hazards determines climate risk. For example, a community or neighborhood in Southeast Florida with a high likelihood of exposure to climate hazards, such as flooding and low overall capacity to respond is considered high risk. The federal government plays a variety of roles in supporting communities with climate risk assessment, including directing resources down to state and tribal governments, making policy and developing guidance for local governments to use data for decisions and approaches, and building trust by validating authoritative data for use. I'd like to spend more time, however, describing the kinds of data resources and models developed by the federal government that are useful for local communities to assess climate hazards and community vulnerability. For this presentation, we'll be focusing on two types of federal resources: high-value models produced by NOAA, and then tools produced by other federal agencies like the EPA, USDA, FEMA, and the US Geological Survey. Before I launch into those resources, though, I also want to share that Code has a comprehensive Airtable of these resources and others as part of its summary report that is accessible to the public. This Airtable includes analytics models and resource hubs. For analytics models, we've collected a variety of models and include model descriptions, model utilization, hazard focus, input data types, use case examples, strengths, and limitations. For the resource hubs, we compile the portals and hubs that provide users with multiple resource types, such as data sets, interactive maps, reports, partnerships, and education and training resources. We believe that these resources are highly useful for policymakers, local planners, community organizations, and other key stakeholders. Moreover, users can also submit their own data models and resources to be added to the Airtable. Please follow the link on this slide to access the Airtable, or visit Code's website at opendataenterprise.org. NOAA has several climate tools that we'd like to share with you that may be valuable to your work at the local level. Climate Data Online provides free access to NOAA's National Centers for Environmental Information archive of global historical weather and climate data. The data includes quality control daily, monthly, seasonal, and yearly measurements of temperature, precipitation, wind, and degree days, as well as radar data and 30-year climate normals. Customers can also order most of these data as certified hard copies for legal use. It provides a search tool to access past weather and climate data by station name or identifier, zip code, city, county, state, or country. The Climate Explorer tool offers graphs, maps, and downloadable data of observed and projected climate variables for every county and the contiguous United States. The tool offers graphs and maps of climate projections for temperature, precipitation, and related climate variables for two possible futures: one in which humans make a significant attempt to reduce global emissions of heat-trapping gases, and one in which the rate of global emissions continues rising through 2100. This helps local policymakers model a variety of climate outcomes and adapt appropriately. NOAA's digital coast helps the coastal management community access relevant data, tools, and information they need to make informed decisions about the nation's coastal resources. The digital coast includes data sets ranging from elevation, land cover, weather, and climate hazards to economic and demographic data. For example, the Coastal County Snapshots tool on Digital Coast would allow Southeast Florida stakeholders to translate complex data into easy to understand stories and graphs. NOAA's Big Data program is a portal that brings together resources to make NOAA's data more publicly accessible to the public in order to foster innovation and collaboration. There are over 150 NOAA data sets on the cloud service provider platforms, and they range from climate forecast systems to tsunami cause and event data. The Sea, Lake, and Overland Surges for Hurricanes, or SLOSH model, assists local and state emergency managers in hurricane evacuation planning, training, and timely decision-making, and it creates estimated storm surge heights resulting from historical, hypothetical, or predicted hurricanes. It includes a range of resources that emergency managers, policymakers, and planners can use to understand storm surges during hurricanes. For more sophisticated models, you can access HurEvac, which is a web-based decision support tool. The State Climate Summaries Explorer visualizes the National Climate Assessment Report in an interactive map, helping the public capture state-level information. They consist of observed and projected climate change information and focus on aspects that are part of NOAA's mission. They include both historical summaries and future scenarios. For example, in Florida, the State Climate Summary Explorer visualizes important information about Florida's hurricane risk, rising sea levels, and heat waves, and makes it easier for policymakers to communicate these hazards to constituents. So in addition to these NOAA-based models, there are also a variety of other federal resources that can be helpful for planners and policymakers seeking to understand their climate situations. I'm going to discuss 6 tools that might be valuable for workshop attendees to consult. The Justice 40 initiative came out of the executive order on tackling climate change at home and abroad. Justice 40 is a federal program tasked with delivering 40% of overall climate funding to historically overburdened and underserved vulnerable communities. Justice 40 has utilized open source approaches to ensure transparency and that all its software tools are available for public observation, input, and reuse. Justice 40 aims to deliver government benefits and investments to the most historically overburdened communities, enable community ownership, improve their ability to measure environmental, economic, and climate justice metrics, and build community trust. They have currently crowdsourced nearly 119 data sets from a broader community of organizations and planners, which can be found on their GitHub page. USDA Climate Hubs are a collaboration across USDA agencies. The hubs link USDA research and program agencies in their regional delivery of timely and authoritative tools and information to agricultural producers and professionals. The Florida USDA Climate Hub, for example, provides helpful information about hurricane preparation for commodities, recovery guide for crop producers, and saltwater intrusion on coastal forests and farms. EJ Screen allows users to access high-resolution environmental and demographic information for locations in the United States. It synthesizes environmental demographic information, and mathematically, the EJ index is calculated using a formula that weighs the demographics of the group against the national average and its environmental indicator. EJ Screen can be used to measure pollution and other relevant hazards in a community. The FEMA National Risk Index for Natural Hazards is a new online mapping application that visualizes natural hazard risk metrics and includes data about expected annual losses, social vulnerabilities, and community resilience. The National Risk Index's interactive web maps are at the county and census tract level and made available through GIS, feature services for custom analysis. With this data, a policymaker can evaluate the risk index at the county or even census tract level in Southeast Florida, measuring individual hazards and economic costs of hurricanes, flooding, and strong winds. The USDA Wildfire Risk to Communities is a free, easy-to-use website with interactive maps, charts, and resources to help communities understand, explore, and reduce wildfire risk. It was created by the USDA Forest Service under the direction of Congress and is designed to help community leaders such as elected officials, community planners, and fire managers. In locations like Florida, you can immediately see levels of risk at the hyperlocal level, including their proximity to major population centers. The Hazard Exposure Reporting Analytics tool, produced by the U.S. Geological Survey, helps interested individuals, planners, and policymakers better understand how natural hazards may affect their communities. In Florida, policymakers can review flooding risk and levels of coastal groundwater in the planning process. So in the last few minutes, I want to provide a quick glimpse into some of the needs that our recent roundtable identified and our suggested recommendations to improve the landscape of available climate data for policymakers. We believe some of the recommendations may be especially important as all of you consider how to adopt your own climate risk assessment, mitigation, and adaptation plans in Southeast Florida. Our first recommendation is to use partnerships to address data gaps and meet data needs. Addressing the data needs identified in the roundtable will require collaboration among the federal government, state governments, private sector companies, and nonprofit and academic partners. Relevant data from all sources should be made open whenever possible. Second, we heard about the importance of developing more downscale data sets with federal leadership and support. There is a particular need for downscale data that has been adapted and analyzed to be applicable at a highly local level. Third, the federal government can use existing and new funding mechanisms to support community level data use. Many communities will need funding and resources to develop the technical capacity to use federal and other data sources. The federal government can provide competitive funding to communities, especially those that are at risk and underserved, to incentivize climate action and provide free capacity building programs. This can be done by creating technical assistance and training programs to put federal data to use, and could include existing tools or share best practices for community practitioners. Fourth, it's critical to apply climate data in the larger context of socioeconomic and other community factors. New frameworks are necessary to integrate climate hazard data with data on social vulnerability, socioeconomic risk, social determinants of health, and other factors. Analysis of infrastructure, for example, could get as granular as assessing whether gas stations will run out of gas or grocery stores will run out of milk in vulnerable communities during a disaster. Fifth, policymakers should engage citizens in data collection and use by developing and supporting citizen science projects that collect high-resolution data. When it comes to applying the data, President Biden's proposed Civilian Climate Corps may provide a possible path to engage citizens to address technical capacity gaps at the local level. Six, we saw that there's value in developing communities of practice to understand, integrate, and apply data from different sources. There's a need for better structured ways to exchange methods and data among local government, community groups, state, tribal, and federal governments, especially pertaining to programs designed to serve localities, but are administered by states using federal resources. Communities of practice developed around particular climate issues or the needs for different regions may be valuable to share knowledge, data, best practices, and guidance for climate resilience planning. Lastly, we heard that applying open data policies and principles to climate and climate relevant data is critical. As some data sets are still only available for a fee, all federal agencies should prioritize climate and climate relevant data in their data programs and make data available using the best practices of open data. Many thanks again for having me, and I hope you found this presentation helpful. We encourage you to visit CODE's website to read our recent summary report from the Climate Risk Roundtable and review the Airtable of analytics models and resource hubs. If you'd like to follow up with us, please contact me at paul@odenterprise.org or visit our website at opendataenterprise.org to read our publications. My colleague, CODE's Research Associate Temilola Falabi, will be available to answer questions during the Q&A portion of this workshop. Thank you.
Great, and I think at this stage we are going to just keep moving forward and turn it right over to Akin and Carolina.
Okay, please confirm you can see my slides. I was on mute. I think I am muted and I have the presentation on.
We can see your slides. Thanks, Carolina.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you, Lauren. Good morning, everyone. Really happy to be participating in this event today to discuss such a relevant topic and really to demonstrate our willingness, our really commitment to collaborate with you in this endeavor that we have here. I am the Chief Resiliency Officer for South Florida Water Management District, and I'm here today with my colleague, Akin. He is the Bureau Chief for the Hydrology and Hydraulic section at the district. So for those who perhaps are not familiar with our agency, just giving you a brief context, we are one of 5 water management districts in the state of Florida, the oldest and the largest one. We embrace 16 counties from Orlando to the Florida Keys and serve a population of 9 million people. We have a very diverse and skilled workforce to implement our mission. All those elements that we have, including the responsibility to manage one of the largest water management system in the entire world. So very extensive canals, many structures, pump stations, and a series of elements that really allow for us to be living in dry land today in South Florida. We also do plan and really regulation for water resources in general, water supply and water resources. And we have a huge role in implementing ecosystem restoration programs, including the, as you might all be familiar or exposed to, the SERP, a Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan. So in the context of the discussions today, we really wanted to emphasize that we as an agency are committed to ensure the resiliency is embedded in all these mission elements that we have, and not only in current daily operations, but truly in our planning efforts, looking at future conditions. So we have a lot to offer to you today, and we are excited to be sharing a brief introduction in ways that we can access. To begin with, like data, we have data in related analysis. As you know, we monitor an extensive list of parameters that are really relevant to the context of vulnerability analysis. We also have tools and techniques, including a robust hydraulic models that Akin is going to be sharing with you in a little bit. So those are all very useful for vulnerability assessments. We use those for our assessments, our vulnerability assessments, but we want to also make this a lot of the resources and outputs and really the models available to you. And also want to talk about opportunities for us to evolve collaboration and partnerships. And really just noting here that we have very limited time. So we are going to be providing brief introduction to a lot of tools and data here for you, but all these slides will have a link. Most of the slides will have a link so you can later at your own pace really access and explore a little bit more what we have. So I'll first introduce you to our famous data repository tool. Maybe some of you are familiar with our old DB Hydro tool that require DB keys to access data, and we would have to kind of put multiple pieces of data to be able to have like the full understanding of what was happening. So it was a little bit cumbersome, let me put it that way. But we now have a new tool. That's the good news. We have a very recently launched DB Hydro Insights tool. If you have not seen or played with that yet, I suggest you jump into that. It's a very user-friendly tool. You have multiple ways to access data and also link the information together. Like we are helping you to understand how all this data makes sense, what influences each thing here, and really looking at water resources in general and what do we have in the region that would help us in terms of evaluating vulnerability assessment and flood risks and things like that. So here is a list of data that we have, and I really suggest that you dig in. You're going to find the link to the tool there, and below there is also a very short training that was put together by our lead IT person. He's great. The training is very easy too, so I suggest that you go and just try the tool. And then moving from this overall, let me call it overall data, to maybe some analysis in deeper into the data that is relevant for the discussion today, especially in the context of sea level rise and climate change. We are developing now a set of key water and climate resiliency metrics to share trends. So the focus is to share trends in observed data sets. And we have selected a list of 15 initial metrics indicators. We are in the process of finalizing story maps and automating this analysis into DB Hydro Insights. So we have everything there also available to the public, but also using the story maps to help to explain some of the context that is important here. So this is also important to assist us and you all in early detection of what are the challenges that we have and really help us to start implementing timely action in those things. So here's a list. We have sea level data observations, we have ecosystem, hydrology data and water quality, like really local specific data that we monitor, that we are making available for you in terms of what are the trends that we can start observing there. One of the metrics that you might be very familiar, most of you might be exposed to this before, is our saltwater interface mapping. This is mostly used as part of our water supply planning processes. So the district publishes these maps every 5 years. And here I have 3 of those maps. So Broward County, Miami, and also Palm Beach County. So the Miami one, we partner with the USGS for the development of the map. But anyway, the goal for this effort is to document saltwater interface movement inland. And really, here in those maps, you can see the location of public well fields all the way along those saltwater interface lines. So really making sure we are addressing water supply vulnerability here. So we are going to be bringing this information, so linking this information in our water metrics tool, along with chloride data for some specific wells that are used to develop the map. But for now, you can access the data, the maps, and the information in the link that is provided here, and really see what you can dig a little bit more on what we have. And next, evolving into projections. So moving beyond observations, everything I mentioned in the 2 previous slides are focusing on data, what we observe and trends we are really seeing in our historic data sets. But we understand that really it's an important piece of vulnerability assessment is also to look at future conditions. So we might be able to detect the significant linear trend when we look at observations and past data. But in most of the cases, the future is not really determined only by linear extrapolation of what we saw occurring in the past. So we have prioritized rainfall as a big piece of what we need to evaluate vulnerability here in our region, flood vulnerability. So beyond providing you data on observed rainfall from gauges like point and also radar data, we are now working to determine future conditions of rainfall. We are working in partnership with the USGS and Florida International University, looking at available downscaling data sets. So everything that we have in terms of global climate model, the downscaling data sets, and how this can be translated into changing factors. So future rainfall changing factors that we can use as part of our vulnerability analysis. So next step also include the development of a regional climate model that can really capture what are the influencing factors of rainfall occurrence in Florida. This is a big piece of how we can get to those changing factors in the future. We have uncertainty associated with those downscaling available products. So we are also going to be looking on refining what we found. So what we have now, it's going to be available in the fall, coming in the next months. We're going to share what we have in terms of initial results for changing factors and continuing to work on refining that and finding less uncertainty in how we see future rainfall occurrences in Florida. Now we're going to be moving to modeling, really our robust modeling tools and efforts that we have at the district. And I would like to invite our Bureau Chief Akin to present to you a little bit of what we do.
Good morning.
Akin, great, we can hear you.
Thank you, Carolina. Good morning. My name is Akin Woshino, and I'm Chief of Hydrology and Hydraulics at the district. Carolina has mentioned to you the first of the three boxes we shared about things we bring to the table. The first of those boxes was data. I'm going to move into the tools and techniques portion, and I'll focus first of all on the flood protection level of service program, which is a program at the district that allows us to do assessment of the flood control system that we have, as well as move on to do adaptation planning and actually plan for mitigation of flood control or flood risk within the footprint of the district. So what's this program? Well, it's a systematic way of looking at the flood control assets in all of the 16 counties that we oversee to evaluate those different pumps, structures, storage facilities, canals, to see if any of them will become less efficient or will fail into the future, and to come up with a way to support decision-making on when to prioritize, when to adapt, how to modify those assets so that they continue to serve the population we serve. Next slide, please. To do this work, we use a number of robust H&H tools, and I'll talk to you a little bit more about those tools in a minute. But we select tools that allow us to measure a number of things and determine how the system is becoming vulnerable. We look at the canals, for example, and when we're looking at the canals, we look at the maximum stages, whether or not the water level in the canals will exceed the canal banks and cause flooding. We look at the ability of the canal to discharge the stormwater that's generated currently and into the future. We look at the communities, we look at the watershed that serves the canals and see if there's flooding. If there is flooding, how deep is the flooding and how long does it stay flooded? Because we realized it was critical. In some cases, just the duration of flooding could take something that is a nuisance to something that is a critical issue. We also look at the tidal structures. We have a number of tidal structures that serve multiple purposes. And we look at this to see how they currently have capacity to discharge the stormwater, meet those needs, and if they'll continue to have that capacity as you have sea level rise and as you factor in storm surge. Next slide, please. So we have this work going on over most of the district. The way we have this planned is the assessment is an ongoing thing and will happen in perpetuity. We start on 2 basins in any one year. They usually take 2 years to do so. At any one time, we're doing 4. And the first 4 images on the slide you're looking at from the left represent basins in which we currently are in some stage of assessment or the other. We'll be finishing at 2 this year, and we'll be finishing on another 2 next year. And by the time we're done in 2022, we would have done all of Miami-Dade County and all of Broward County for the first phase of the level of service program, which is the assessment. We have completed some work in some basins right now, and we look forward to having a couple of new stats next year. Now, this is for the assessment phase of the work, and we have several ongoing, and we have started some of the other projects. We've moved into the next phase where we start looking at solutions. Before I move on to the next slide, I just want to iterate that even for the basins in which we're doing assessments, we already have some work products that are ready to share and to use. One of those work products are the basin atlases, which describe the water control assets within each of the basins that you're looking at. And within those basins, it tells you what the structures are within the basin, what the canals are, how they're all supposed to work together to achieve the water management needs of the basin. It's a very interesting and useful document, and I'd really encourage some of you who are interested in stuff like this to seek these out and peruse them. Now, when we finish assessment, we then move on to basins where there are issues, and we start what we call adaptation and mitigation studies. This is where, once we've identified a problem or a risk of vulnerability within the system, we figure out what the correct thing is to do to fix it. This stage of the work is really reliant on a lot of cooperative work with partners and stakeholders, and it involves a lot of public engagement. We've started one on the CHC9 basin, and I just shared this slide so that if you were interested and you wanted to track how that was going, there's a project site that we've created, a web tool. The link is provided on this slide. You could take a look. You could see some of the projects that are being proposed by partners and stakeholders, and some of the projects that the district is thinking about to mitigate flood risk within these basins, in this case, the CHC9 basin. Next slide, please. Some of the type of projects that are being discussed are very exciting. Some of these are the traditional gray infrastructure that many of you are familiar with, and I have a few examples on this slide. But some of these are internal storage projects that would provide storage and mitigate the peak flooding, and could also have ancillary benefits such as water quality and so on, and restoration and so on. Next slide, please. There are also some projects that are already ongoing in parts of the system that we'll have to include in our evaluation. And some of our partners and stakeholders are doing some very exciting things. And I shared an example here of a green infrastructure that Miami-Dade County is looking into. It's something that will provide storage and would enhance infiltration. We're hoping to evaluate alternatives such as these in a regional sense across the entire basin and see what the correct course of action is to address the flood risk into the future. Next slide, please. So one of the things that's become critical, and I'm glad that earlier in today's presentation, we had somebody talk about money, is that to evaluate and determine the value of some of the adaptations, it's important to look at the cost avoidance. What do these projects generate by way of benefits? And one of the tools that we spent some time working on with Deltares is a desktop tool for flood damage cost estimation. Now this requires input. You'll have to have your modeling results or your representation of flooding to input into this tool. And there are damage curves that may need to be populated on a region by region basis. But come the fall or the spring of next year, when this tool is complete, for some parts of the district, we would have a number of those things already in place. And this tool will be available to share with any and all of you who might want to use this when you're doing your vulnerability assessment. We think it's going to be an extremely valuable tool, and as it matures over time and is populated with data over our entire district area, will become a critical resource that we will lean on, but that many of you would also lean on when considering projects. Next slide, please. So one of the other boxes we mentioned earlier was that we do a number of work with others. And so I'm going to highlight very quickly some auxiliary tools that support mitigation type effort and evaluation type efforts. I'll highlight about 3 or 4 projects specifically and provide some follow-up information in case you are interested. One of the projects is one that's on the west coast of Florida called ACUNE, Adaptation of Coastal, Urban, and Natural Ecosystems. It's an effort that was initially launched by University of Florida. Dr. Peter Schenk, I think, is the principal investigator. And they started a number of years ago, wonderful work looking at offshore related flooding and how mangroves and other nature-based systems could mitigate storm surge. They have an interesting mangrove model built by USGS. It's extremely good work. And about a year or 2 ago, we partnered with them to extend some of that work to couple with our models, which looked at inland flooding. So what we have now is a program that integrates multiple programs, work being done by multiple organizations, so that in that part of our state, we're able to look at offshore effects, near coastal urban effects, and inland flooding in one comprehensive tool. I provided a link there. You will need a username and password, both of which are also provided if you want to see some of the work products generated by the ACUNE project. In addition to that, on the East Coast, we've done some hydrodynamic modeling of Biscayne Bay. I think we had an earlier speaker from Arcadis, and Arcadis worked with us on this project. The important reason why I mentioned this is for a model like that, it could help you with boundary conditions. It could also help you with other works you need to do. But as a minimum, you can mine data from those models, including the bathymetry and some of the operations of our coastal structures, the geometry, and some useful information for building your own models. Now, that modeling that was done coupled the model that was built for us specifically, which was the Delft 3D with ADCIRC and SWAN. And for a comprehensive combined model like this, there are several other data sets that are available to you, especially if you intend on looking at surge effects. You'll need to be able to simulate storms. And so one of the things we had to do was acquire several synthetic storms, looking at direction, intensity, center pressure, and multiple information, wind fields that may be useful to you. Any of the data we've acquired, we would gladly share because we host them in databases, and they may be useful to you or your consultants who do work. But other than all of these, we also partner with universities, and Carolina will talk about some of our partnerships a little bit later. But we partner with universities, and one of the critical pieces we're working on right now is looking at compound events. How do you look at the combination of storm surge and rainfall, and in some cases, groundwater elevation, which will change with sea level rise? It's exciting stuff. We're happy to share. Myself, my staff, or Carolina and her staff will be glad to attend some of your meetings and provide a little bit more details, more than what we can cover today. Next slide. So I've told you some of these tools, not because I want to impress you with what we know, but because I was waiting to share how you could get to some of those tools by yourself and play with them, or actually use them within your projects. The tool I'm introducing is a statewide model management system. Today, it's mostly populated with South Florida Water Management District projects, but it does have some projects from Southwest, 1 or 2 from St. John's, and a couple from DEP. Bottom line, when this is all mature, we've had it for like 13 years, but the collaboration with the state is only just starting. It's only about the 2nd or 3rd year. We hope to have information on models across the entire state. So for example, go ahead and click on a project like, say, the C7 flood protection level of service project. When you do that, if you look on the right-hand side of your screen, the pane that was there, the white pane, has 2 sections. The upper part includes the project, but the lower part immediately is updated with the list of models that are being used for this project. Go ahead and click on one more time, and we'll zoom into the footprint of this project. It brings you close to the project domain. You can see the basin that the modeling was done on. Let's pick another project so that you'll see how some of the things change. When you select this as a CHC9, for example, you see that the map updates, and the model section are also updated with a number of new models that were used for this project. Let's click on one of those models, for example. And when you do that, you see the outline of the footprint of the model that was built to represent this particular watershed. In this case, the Might 11 model. And if you are interested in getting information on this model, go ahead and click on the report in the model section. And what it takes you to is a write-up that describes the model, provides you information on the developers of the tool, the project that it supports. And there's a field in there where I've typed in, enter your email here, which you need to put your email in and then click on go ahead and click on that. Yeah. And once you do that, it exposes the content of the database. Now, quick summary on this so that you'll know what it is. You have the document section, which is the section to the top of the content. And then you have the model run section. The document section has the report, the formal report that was used to, that was generated, supported by the model. And there's also a QA/QC document that tells you how to run the model and how the content of the archive can be used to reproduce the results that we produced in the original study. But the more critical piece for those of you who are interested in playing with models is the section to the bottom, which actually includes the run to the short description of the runs. If you are to select some of those checkboxes and click on Zoom download, it will send you an email to the email you provided earlier with links to the FTP site where you can get this file. This is an extremely useful resource. You have everything you need in here. You do not need to ever talk to us. We would like you to talk to us, but you can take a look at any of the models that are here. There are several other features, but don't have enough time to cover that today. It's about 30 minutes to talk through. Advanced slide, please. So I'll turn it back to Carolina to take us home from here.
Thank you, Akin. As you can see, we have several tools, several resources available, and our message here today is really to enhance our collaboration and partnership. I really like this picture that we have in the center of this slide because it shows we have many pieces, different courses of action, several considerations, and we look at our vulnerability assessments, resiliency, especially when we talk about flooding. We have many actors, different roles that each of us have to perform. And not only that, but like interaction among the different alternatives. But the message that we think is the good message here is that we can make it all work together. And so we really wanted to emphasize our commitment to collaborate, to establish partnerships, like true partnerships with you today. And Akin mentioned in his slide presentation, phase 2 adaptation planning processes. So FPLOS phase 2 as our most, I would call it most formal process of collaboration, when you have the opportunity to work with us in determining projects, looking at scenarios at regional and local scale. So you suggest the projects, we run our projects, so we build scenarios that how those projects will work together to evaluate the effectiveness and the timing of those solutions. So we want really to have you engage in this process. This is not the only process that we have, but as I said, the most formal one, really making sure we have our tools running scenarios that are interest to the entire region and having the opportunity to hear from you. We also offer you to collaborate in review processes of products that we are developing, and not only on this way, but like inviting us to help collaborate, review any technical work that you might be advancing in your region. We have a very well, as I said, as I mentioned before, a high-skilled workforce that is really determined to help us all in the region to achieve the best solutions. So we talk here a lot about stakeholder engagement, the importance of local and regional partnerships, and we see that as our way out to really reduce vulnerability in the region. And our final message here, I know Lauren started this workshop today with this slide, so going back to her introduction. In our mission, truly the mission here today on implementing the Regional Climate Action Plan from the Compact, we are really happy to share that South Florida Water Management District has a central role in implementing the water recommendations from this plan. We are really proud and happy to be partnering with the Compact, local governments, counties, any municipality here in advancing water management strategies and infrastructure investments that are needed to really mitigate the potential adverse impacts of climate change and sea level rise on water resources. So really reach out. I have the emails here, reach out for support, coordination, technical knowledge exchange, and really kind of comments, suggestions on how can we make our efforts, our tools, our data, our techniques really relevant to you in your local assessments. We have several data, local data that is developed, understanding what is critical to Florida, to our region, what are the considerations that are relevant to us here, which might be not the same in other parts of the county, especially when we deal with sea level rise, rainfall, and all those climate factors. And we really want to be able to build the capacity in our region to be able to address those those issues, those questions, and really reach out to solutions. So thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much, Carolina and Akin. Really appreciate all of those resources. We're now going to turn it over to Katie Hegman with Miami-Dade County. Thanks, Katie.
Hi, everybody. Thank you all for joining. That was a graduate level presentation, and this one will be a little bit more 101. But I'm going to talk about some of the resources that we have that are available here. Some of them are more tailored to Miami-Dade, but I'll talk about how you can use them in other parts of our region. So if you go, I should introduce myself first. I'm Katie Hageman. I'm the Resilience Program Manager for adaptation, and one of our main tasks within our section is to implement our sea level rise strategy. If you haven't checked it out, I would encourage you to take a look, because there are a lot of helpful resources, I think. But go to the next slide. I'll just recap briefly the way that we did our vulnerability assessment for our critical facilities. Was we worked with a consultant. If you turn to the next slide, you can see we did a hybrid approach. The county is a large area, and also obviously we have a lot of assets, more than 1,000 assets in just a subset that we looked at within our vulnerability assessment. So thanks to the work of Hazen and Sawyer, and Guillermo is on, we did a big vulnerability assessment countywide, looking at our elevation data and then how those assets would be affected by sea level rise, and also by the storm surge that we expect in the future, so amplified by sea level rise. But then we also paired that with interviews and one-on-one meetings with our departments. As others alluded to, we wanted to pair that with just asking people, what keeps you up at night? If we got a hurricane next week, what do you think could be affected? And so we kind of paired the GIS information that we had with that on the ground knowledge, and a more qualitative ranking of what our staff considered really critical, and then combine those to come up with our ranking of what we felt was really important. But on the next slide, we've tried to make all of that information now publicly available. So for folks that are in Miami-Dade, our municipalities, our private institutions, et cetera, it's all available. So there's a link there. And if you go to the next slide, you can see on that vulnerability viewer, we have our elevation data, the LiDAR. So the high areas are brown and the low-lying areas are blue. Quite a lot of information, which I'll step through, but that's all freely available and available for anyone to use. So what we've done this summer, thanks to Christian and our team have added in the scenarios that are required by the state for those DEP funds that Whitney Gray mentioned. You can look at different sea level rise scenarios, 1 through 6 feet, which are coming from NOAA. But then you can also turn on these 4 layers at the bottom. So the NOAA intermediate low and the NOAA intermediate high in 2040 and 2070. So you can see those spatially across the landscape if you're interested. But then if you go to the next few slides, I'll step through how you can use them for a particular facility. So Melissa of the city of Miami has a fire station here in the Little River area. You can use the tool to type in the address, and then a lot of information pops up on the sidebar, including what's the elevation of that parcel, is it in the flood zone, what's the base flood elevation, information about storm surge. And if you go to the next slide, you can see on the left-hand side, we scroll down, there's information specifically saying, is this parcel vulnerable to those 4 scenarios that are part of the DEP funding? So in this case, if you click, this facility is vulnerable to the NOAA intermediate high in 2070. Next slide. You can also see though what those look like if you turn that layer on and see which areas are affected. You can see while the fire station itself is maybe a little island, the adjacent areas are very impacted by that sea level rise scenario. On the next slide, you can see that if we turn on some other layers, this is a layer that looks at the vulnerability to king tide flooding, and this street appears to be vulnerable to king tide flooding. If we click on the next slide, we can ground truth that. That's what the street actually looks like during king tide flooding, with the fire station off there to the left. So a match with what we observe on the ground. The next slide. This is the coastal high hazard area. So there are regulations that are associated with the coastal high hazard area But what it means is based on modeling, this is an area that could be flooded with a Category 1 level storm surge. Next slide. But you can also use the tool to look at other storm surge scenarios. So obviously, there's no such thing really as a Category 5 storm surge or a Category 1 storm surge. I think we've tried to move beyond that, but it's a good proxy for a mild storm or a very strong storm. So here you can see with a Category 5 or a really strong worst case kind of condition and present, this area would see flooding that's between 5 to 10 feet of water. So a pretty clear case that this fire station in this area in particular is vulnerable. But you could use this tool to do that same analysis with any parcel in Miami-Dade and pull the same information. And again, our team is here to help you do that. We're happy to walk you through it or help with that analysis. So on the next slide. But if you are outside Miami-Dade and don't have access to this, I'll just walk through how we created it. So basically we created a map with our LiDAR, but then the University of Florida has a sea level rise sketch planning tool. And if you go to the next page, on that website, they have an online viewer where you can click through and use this interactive web viewer if you don't use GIS or don't want to use the GIS desktop. But they also allow you to download any of the data that's presented here. So if you go to the page, you can jump to your particular county. I'm showing here Miami-Dade, but you can also on the left-hand sidebar pull up different scenarios. So you can look at the Army Corps curves, or what's most important for us probably in the short term is looking at those NOAA curves, and then you can choose the intermediate low or the intermediate high, and then pick your time period. Again, the state is looking for 2040 and 2070. So you can pull those and download them, or you can use the web viewer right here. This tool was originally developed with transportation, with a transportation lens. So there's really great information already in the tool about transportation vulnerabilities and other assets beyond just roads. So if you click on the next slide, I'll just zoom in. You can see this is the Little River area again with that same scenario. NOAA intermediate high of 2070, and you can see many of the roadways around Little River, including those roads we were just looking at with the fire station, are vulnerable to sea level rise. But a lot of great information that you can pull, and this tool is available statewide. And again, the folks that developed it at University of Florida are super helpful and really nice. So I'm sure they would also be happy to walk you through how to pull this information into your GIS or just use the online viewer. So next slide. I'll just go through just a couple quick resources. I know we're a little behind on time. So the flood factor is one you probably heard about. If you click next, they obviously market themselves as a tool to help you shop for real estate. But if you click the next screen, you can see there actually is a lot of information on their site that is helpful. If you type in your municipality, they summarize a lot of information by municipality, including, for example, here a map of which structures, how many structures are vulnerable to minor flooding or the extreme flooding that you see here in red. If you go to the next slide, there's information on which properties were expected to be affected by historic storms. So a summary here saying that within Miami, more than 300 properties would be affected by the surge that we saw with Hurricane Irma, and then a breakdown of what's the depth of flooding expected. So you can see that bar graph there, so you can get a gauge. And if you were to tab over and click on Hurricane Wilma, which we saw in October 2005, you can see again a breakdown, how many structures impacted, how severe was that. And I think that could be really helpful language for some of the grant applications, in particular BRIC and FMA and others, if you need to grab those summary statistics. Again, especially if you don't have access to the GIS, this is a great summary. Next slide. They also include information about adaptation measures that are in place, how many properties are protected by those, and then background resources on some of the adaptation measures that are available, the green and the gray, and then the policy. Next slide. Climate Central is an online resource. If you just click ahead, they have a lot of different tools, and I'm sure many of you have already used them, but I just wanted to call attention to one where they have A good tool where you can select different scenarios. Again, this is good for small municipalities that don't use GIS. This can all be done online for free. Look at different scenarios, whether for pollution, meaning our greenhouse gas emissions, whether they're high, medium, low. You can choose whether you want to just see the tidal flooding component or a combination of the tidal flooding here and an annual flood, or tidal flooding and a severe flood. And then I also like that you can select how lucky you're feeling. If you feel like our luck will be bad or good, which is an important component. But here I'm showing the 2050 scenario for this area. But if you go to the next slide, what might also be helpful is if you have a specific threshold that you want to look at. For example, let's say, where is the land below our county flood criteria, which specifies a minimum elevation of 5 feet. And you can use the slider to adjust to the 10th of a foot. So let's say I want to see 3.1 feet. I can use that slider and really quickly see. So you could match up the NOAA scenarios with these elevation requirements and get a good picture of those areas. Next slide. I'll just mention one other thing for Miami-Dade. We have a local mitigation strategy, and on the next slide is our dashboard, where we include projects that have been, that are either, some of them have been completed, those are shown in red, and then the projects that haven't been completed are shown in blue. So this might be a good resource, obviously for folks in Miami-Dade, but also for others, because there is quite a bit of information on completed projects, cost estimates, time, etc. And you can filter by your municipality. You can filter by the hazard if I want to look at wind or flooding. So a good database to draw from. Next slide. I'll also just put in a plug for the sea level rise strategy that we have, and also Arcadis and others helped us develop. On the next slide, we have in there, one more please, our unfunded projects, what we want to see done to address sea level rise. But next slide, we also include details about each of those different measures or tools that we have at our disposal. So one of them, for example, deploying temporary flood panels. If it's of interest to your municipality, we have data in there about the cost estimates and some case studies. So, and also which hazards does it address? So for example, flood panels are great in areas where we don't expect to see waves or erosion, but they're not appropriate for places where you would expect shoreline erosion or waves. Next slide. So there are a couple other examples in here about elevating buildings. Again, some cost estimates that might be useful to folks throughout the region if you're trying to develop those first order cost estimates. The next slide, we talk about some of the other tools that we have, like enhancing dunes, and again, some cost estimates and where could work in only specific places. Next slide. Preserving our wetlands is one that is very cost effective, and we're happy to share notes on that one. Next slide. Expanding our green spaces, and then we can go one more. Restoring some of our restoration projects. So this is a restoration project where the team at our environment division is working to restore some of the canals which have historically overdrained some of the wetlands, but also facilitated saltwater intrusion. So by restoring these wetlands in selected locations, it can help combat sea level rise and the saltwater intrusion into our well fields, which are being exacerbated by that sea level rise. So next slide. I think I just put a final plug in that please feel free to reach out to us, our adaptation team, at any time, and we're more than happy to walk through these tools in detail and just help at any point develop proposals or ideas. So with that, I'll pass it back to Lauren and say thanks.
Great, thank you so much, Katie. So many great resources, and I know everyone is keen to have links to everything. All of these slides will be posted afterwards, and you guys will be able to grab the links out of there. So I want to invite all of the presenters to turn your videos on and join us again, including we actually were able to have Temi Afolabi with Code join us as well. Thanks so much, Temi. She's here to support with any questions related to Paul Kuhn's presentation. So wonderful. We have several questions, the kind of bulk of which are for the district. So I'll try to go around, but we'll start with you guys. So the first question is, are there any connection, or is there any connection between what the district is doing with your current work and how the insurance industry sets rates for building or homeowners, business owners, or municipal policies?
That's a great question. And I would say the initial answer to this question is not directly. We are not providing data directly to insurance companies. They might run their own models, our agent age models, but I'm sure they might have access to the results of what we do here at the district. I don't know, Akin, if you want to add anything.
I think that's a good enough response.
Okay, great. There was another question about, there's actually two questions I think that are a little more geared towards the Southwest Florida Water Management District. And I know that you all don't work for them, so you might not be able to answer these questions, but let's just see. One was whether or not you know if they have a schedule of basins that will be assessed for the flood protection level of service program, and specifically when will counties on the West Coast be evaluated? And then the other question was, will the statewide model management system eventually include watershed/domains covered by other districts, such as the Southwest Florida District?
Yeah, I can answer those. Yeah, I kind of looked at the question, and there's a slight condition I'd just like to kind of state. The Water Management District extends all the way to the West Coast. The South Florida Water Management District does, and it includes Lee and Collier County. So when I talk about the western counties, I'm talking about Lee and Collier County as part of the South Florida, not the Southwest Florida Water Management District. So yes, we're going to be doing level of service. We actually completed the Collier County level of service earlier. We did the assessment back in 2018, and we're looking to do some work in Lee County, probably in the next few years, based on some flooding that's been observed in southern Lee County. So yes, we're doing active work right now on the Southwest counties. And the second question, which I think might have been from Chris, was, are the models from Southwest Florida Water Management District in MMS? And the answer is yes. They already have some tools in there, and they have a wealth of information that hasn't been populated yet, but we're talking to them. We've been working with them for about 2 years, and we should be loading a few of their models within the next couple of months. And when they convert from ICPR 3 to 4, which I think Chris, you may be familiar with, we'll update those as well.
Great. So I'm going to skip around a little bit. So I'm going to turn it over to a question for Temi, and then we'll come back to a few more questions for you all. So Temi, from your work with federal agencies, what do you see as the biggest gap in their ability to work effectively with local governments? Do you have a sense of what they're kind of struggling with, and what kind of solutions you think there might be?
Sure. So from the roundtable discussions with people from private sector, state and local and federal, I think the biggest gap that was across the board was a lack of technical capacity in all of these localities and counties. So basically for climate mitigation or climate vulnerability assessments to be done, they have to be done at a very localized level, which means very tailored plans have to be made for each locality within each state, which is a lot of funding, a lot of planning, a lot of manpower, and basically finding a strategy to cover that manpower has been like the biggest challenge on both the state side and the federal side, but it's also the biggest need. So yeah, getting technical capacity to all of these localities across the nation, because each locality needs it, like each locality needs.
Right, great. Fantastic. Yeah, I think we've definitely seen that here on the ground, and that's part of the kind of reason for existence of these regional compacts, of which there's several of them throughout Florida, is to kind of be that central node through which federal agencies and state partners can engage. So that's interesting to hear that feedback. Katie, I want to turn it over to you. There was a question of whether or not Miami-Dade County is planning to update the flood vulnerability map as flood mitigation projects come online and hopefully reduce flooding severity?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I know Miami and Miami Beach and lots of others are doing a lot of good work. Right now, we are pulling from data sources that come from NOAA and other entities. So we are in some ways a little beholden to them in terms of when they update their outputs. So we have some control, and when we do have control, we'll definitely try and integrate those. But right now, some of the data sources are coming from NOAA and other places, and those are updated a little less frequently than what, there's a lot of work happening on the ground. So it doesn't always reflect the adaptation work that's happening.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn it back over to the district for a few more questions. Is the hydrodynamic Biscayne Bay model available to municipalities, not just the data sets? I think you covered this, but if you want to just repeat it.
Akeem.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it is. And any of the tools we have, so long as it's a finished work product, is available to anybody. The thing with the hydrodynamic model is that it's expensive to run. And so the challenge for many people is acquiring the appropriate software and the compute space. But the tool itself is available. We'll gladly share it. And if it's something that you can run by yourself, then by all means you can have it.
Mm-hmm. Does the H&H model / tools repository provide spatial data, for communities in South Florida?
So let me qualify that. There are two pieces to this. First, the modeling archive contains just the models. So if in building the models there's a special data set that's used, it will be in there. But what we have is a very good geospatial group that actually has data that can be achieved or acquired through the DB Hydro Insights tool that Carolina showed for spatial information, GIS information, hydrodynamic, hydrogeologic information across the 16 county area that we serve. Carolina, did you want to add something to that? Yeah.
Yes, and for the metrics, water and climate resiliency metrics, we are going to be providing data per station at each individual location in South Florida Water Management District where available. So yes.
Great, wonderful. Katie, curious about your thoughts in terms of can you give some guidance around how local government should approach this new state guidance on vulnerability assessments in terms of the sea level rise projections that need to be used? Maybe shameless plug for the regional sea level rise projection and just that being a tool out there for folks.
Sure. So I think we have tried to integrate the requirements that are for, that the state spelled out into that tool. I think in a lot of ways they overlap and are complementary with the regional projections, particularly the intermediate high scenario. So that's great. But, there is some difference. But in general, I think at least the way that we're approaching it is to think about, sometimes we've done more detailed vulnerability assessments, but we are making sure that we check that box to say yes, and it does overlap with the intermediate high 2070 vulnerability assessment that we've done for the state in this case. So I think it's important, and there are a lot of reasons why we need to do more detailed vulnerability assessments, and we certainly have some of those with specific purposes, like our water and sewer assets, for example. But trying to weave those together for the purposes of this, for this funding opportunity.
Thank you. Timmy, so Paul covered in his presentation a little bit about CODE's work with NOAA and the roundtable that you all hosted this summer. And specifically some of the recommendations that came out of the roundtable around how federal agencies can kind of work better with local governments. Interested to hear a little bit more about what is the plan for NOAA and with code support to implement some of those recommendations. And are there ways for local governments to kind of be engaged in that?
Or so a lot of that information, a lot of feedback came out of that roundtable. We had about 100 participants from various sectors, and we were able to garner a lot of recommendations. So again, I think the biggest recommendation was connecting local governments to these federal programs, like for example, NOAA's program and existing climate risk assessments that can be leveraged as a model for other assessments. So basically, I think the main recommendation that I'll point out now, and then I shared the report in the chat below, was connecting local governments to these federal resources, because a lot of them don't even know that they exist, don't even know that they're out there, don't know how to create these assessments. So the federal government on their side doing active outreach to local governments, and then on the other side, getting the local governments to be aware of these existing federal programs that they can leverage for their own communities. Again, please check out the report. All of the recommendations are laid out at towards the end, and there's a lot of helpful information throughout as well.
Thanks, Kimmy. And then finally, and then we'll close out this question and answer, and we're going to move into our next session. This is back at the district. Will the statewide model management system eventually include, oh, I'm sorry, we already got to that question. In Broward County, the responsibility for building tidal flood barriers along the drainage district canals has been shifted to individual property owners adjacent to the canals. Is there hope that drainage districts, including the South Florida Water Management District, will at some point take back this responsibility based on the flood level of service analysis being conducted? Not sure if you guys have an answer to that.
No, I do have. I have a very long answer and a very short answer.
Okay, well, maybe we'll keep it the short.
The short answer is the definitely canal bank enhancement that would provide some tidal protection is part of the flood mitigation solutions that we evaluate as part of the flood protection level of service program. But to have a more comprehensive response to what exactly can we do as an agency, what are the roles of the Army Corps, I think we have to go through also the CNSF study, because I think what Jen is referring to is really the kind of more downstream communities where we see that we are facing more and more direct influence of tidal impacts in the communities adjacent to the canals, which is a little bit less if we are able to make our coastal structures more and more robust and resilient to those impacts. So long response, but Jen, please reach back if you want to any more detail on that.
Great. Well, wonderful. So many helpful resources, so much knowledge here among this group, and just really appreciate you all sharing this information with our community here in Southeast Florida, and for your time. So thank you all again for being here. Next, it is my pleasure to introduce Juan Declet Barreto, Senior Social Scientist for Climate Vulnerability at the Union of Concerned Scientists, and Rebecca Harvey, Sustainability Coordinator for the City of Boynton Beach. Before Juan gets us started, we just wanted to pause for a brief poll. This is a new experience for us, and we hope this works, to get some feedback from attendees. So we are interested in hearing from you all. If you have conducted a vulnerability assessment, did you incorporate socioeconomic data into your assessment? So this is a live poll. If you've never done this before, you can either hold your camera over that little barcode on the slide, or you can go to slido.com and enter the session number 247867, and you can submit your vote. So I'm just going to give it a minute to see if some folks provide. So far we have yes, 67%, no, 33. Let's just give some more folks a minute to get in there and respond. All right. Well, of the folks who did participate in the poll, thank you. It looks like we are almost at about well, it's a changing number, but almost a 50-50 split between yes and no. So that's actually fantastic, leading us into our next set of presentations, where we're going to hear more about opportunities to really integrate socioeconomic information. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Juan. Thank you, Juan, for being here.
Hi, thank you, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. We cannot see you, though, if you want to turn your video on.
If you could please allow me to turn off, if you see I'm there twice because I'm having trouble with my my laptop camera. So if you could allow me to turn on my camera on my phone, which is, you know, I show up there twice there. Thank you.
Okay. Does
All
that
right.
work?
I think so. Let's see.
Yeah, we can see you now.
All right, cool.
Great.
Hi, everybody. Thank you very much, Lauren, for inviting me. I get really excited about climate vulnerability assessments. I've conducted a couple quantitative ones for the most part, and complemented with social survey data. And I am really glad to be here to share and learn together with everybody about how to best protect our communities from climate. As Lauren said, I'm an interdisciplinary social environmental scientist working at the Union of Concerned Scientists. We are, can you please, do I have control over my slides? There you go, thank you. We are a scientific nonprofit that is focused on developing and elevating science for a healthy planet and safer world, to try to implement that. Science-based policies at all levels, especially federal level, to have a healthy population in a healthy planet and a safer world. Can you advance to the next slide, please? So let's see, Alyssa Jones did a much better description of the vulnerability model than I could hope to do. So I'll be a little bit brief over here. I had a chance to develop a climate vulnerability assessment guide for a for regional sort of tables focused on climate vulnerability and trying to integrate climate vulnerability into the sort of regional planning that many of you are involved in and do in regional government. And so I'll go through a little bit of a brief description. Oops, sorry. What is vulnerability, right? Although this may be familiar to many of you already, it's a term or concept used to describe susceptibility to harm. It's a conceptual model that helps us describe how susceptible a person, a community, or building, a society, a city, a system is to harm, right? There are many vulnerability models, but I particularly favor this one that I'm showing here because it's elegant and it's simple, and I think it's in line with most of what I've heard so far today. We have the exposure component, which describes the magnitude of the biophysical event, typically climatic event, an environmental event. We also have the sensitivity, which describes the social, economic, demographic, political characteristics of a population that can magnify how they experience that exposure. And then we have the coping capacity, which is typically thought of as an inverse of sensitivity, which are the resources, the social resources, and other interpersonal relationships, family relationships, and other sorts of resources that people have to cope and deal with the impacts of vulnerability. Next slide, please. So that's a really boring academic definition of sensitivity, right? Or of vulnerability. So why don't we do something useful instead? What does it look like? What does vulnerability look like? Well, you can probably guess that vulnerability is not directly measurable, as it would be for example, temperature, the gross national product of a country, sea level rise. I think of it as a black hole, right? You can't see the black hole, but you can see the effect that it has on anything that's around it. So looking at the picture of the sweating middle-aged woman on the lower left corner, I pixelated it a little bit because I'm not interested in identifying specific individuals, but just using this as an exemplar of what the conditions around vulnerability could look like and how we can illuminate that. You can see it on the sign that she's resting against, but it does say moving special, which tells me that she may be working as a low-wage job as a sign spinner. people that spend oversized advertisement signs on street corners to lure customers to an apartment complex, to rent or to a retail establishment. I also see white streets and not much shading vegetation, but she's actually in the little vegetation, in the little shade that there is, which suggests to me that urban heat there must be pretty fierce in this scene. So I see that she's got a high exposure to heat from working outside. She likely doesn't make a lot of money as a sign spinner. And it's also very unlikely that she gets job benefits like health insurance, paid sick days. So her sensitivity may be high and her coping capacity low. So without knowing anything about her health, I'd say that her vulnerability to heat illness or death is relatively high, which is one way that we could assess or quantify someone's vulnerability to extreme heat. In this case, we could infer similar things about the outdoor workers, the farm workers in the picture. They work long hours in the heat, typically have little labor protections. Many of them are seasonal and undocumented workers, which means that they are less likely to speak up to demand better labor conditions, better working conditions for fear of firing or deportation. And then incidentally or ironically, perhaps, the picture of the woman boarding the bus in the flooded area was on her way to a Miami-Dade event with local government officials to talk precisely about taking action on climate, which is a little bit ironic when you see that the street where she's boarding is partially flooded. Next, please. So now we have an idea of what vulnerability is. So how do we assess it? So to understand how vulnerability can vary among different communities, we build climate vulnerability assessments. And a climate vulnerability assessment is a helpful mechanism that can identify people and places that are most vulnerable to climate change at the local level. The vulnerability assessment can help communities answer 4 key questions according to the United Nations Environment Program. I will not read those there. But I'm providing these resources at the end of the presentation for you to take a look at. And building a quantitative assessment of vulnerability involves selecting and transforming variables to typically a common enumeration unit. I typically use census tract, census block groups because we already have socio-demographic, socioeconomic data at the census tract level. And so it's useful to take other sources of data, for example, the sources of the data that can describe extreme heat or land surface temperature as some sort of indicator in the built environment of extreme heat, such as that provided by satellite imagery in the bottom image, that you will need to transform from the original data source, which are an image or raster that provide that's available to us as in pixels, and aggregate it using a statistical technique. Could be an average, could be a median, could be a most commonly occurring value, or some other transformation that would allow you to scale the source data into an enumeration unit, into a common enumeration unit that would allow you to map or combine the different elements or the different variables into a climate vulnerability or heat sensitivity index in this case. Next, please. So here, I would like to share an example of a heat vulnerability assessment that I conducted as AGU, American Geophysical Union, a tech Thriving Earth Exchange project. I think somebody earlier, a presenter mentioned such projects where AGU pairs up scientists with community members, people in regional or city government to conduct to address some unmet need for research. And so here, what we did was build a heat vulnerability index that combined census data on population sensitivity, which is the map on the top left, with surface temperature and satellite imagery data on the locations of shading trees and heat absorbing surfaces. It's a map on the bottom. And through some statistical transformations of the different variables that we use in there that are listed there, such as percent people of color, percent without a high school diploma, people living in poverty, elderly, that describe the socio-demographics of people who may be more exposed or more at risk from extreme heat, illness, or death, with the determinants of the or characteristics of the built environment like impervious surfaces and percent without tree canopy, which it would indicate the areas of the city that are going to be hotter. Then we combine those into a composite map of heat vulnerability. You can see that the map on the right side, the combined map, has 9 possible values which respond to the 9 possible combinations from the 2 component maps of sensitivity and exposure. So this is useful to tell us how overall vulnerability varies in the city as both exposure and sensitivity vary. And so there are multiple sort of statistical techniques and methods that can be used. I've used the more complex ones based on principal components analysis and so on, and published papers on it. And they are valuable, they're useful, but they're also very hard and difficult to explain to policymakers, to people who are not familiar with the intricacies of these sorts of analysis. So ultimately, in my opinion, I think that renders them a little bit less useful than using something that's a little bit more straightforward to create and to communicate. But I would love to hear what people think about this sort of this sort of approach. Can we go on to the next, please? Okay, so you'll notice that I didn't talk much about coping capacity. Others did earlier, and I haven't included coping capacity in this sort of assessment, and it's basically because it's typically the hardest component to fill in, because of lack of data. Climate and extreme weather event science has a pretty good handle on describing exposure. And national census data at small enumeration units like census tracts can give you a pretty good idea of neighborhood scale demographics of sensitivity. But people adapt and cope at smaller social and spatial scales, typically through social networks, family relationships, community institutions, what we call in the social sciences social capital. And one good way of filling that gap is by collecting ethnographic data via surveys. Here I'm showing some questions that were part of a larger survey on perceptions of climate change and coping mechanisms that people engaged in to deal with extreme summertime heat in northern Manhattan in New York City. This project was this report was just released a couple of weeks ago. It was a collaborative effort between the Natural Resources Defense Council, where I was a postdoc a couple of years ago, and an environmental justice organization focused in northern Manhattan called We Act for Environmental Justice. Some of you may be familiar with that organization. Which gets me to the point that the best, most equitable way of filling in coping capacity, of understanding how people deal with climate change, with environmental hazards, with social ecological adversity, is by partnering with community-based organizations. Those organizations, they know their neighborhoods, they know their people, they know their social and environmental ills, they know their social and environmental histories, and they also know the resources that communities have to remain resilient in the face of climate change impacts, right? We refer to communities that are more impacted as vulnerable communities, but there's nothing inherently vulnerable about those communities. There are processes that make those communities and people in those communities vulnerable. Discriminatory processes, for example, redlining, which has been receiving a lot of attention lately in light of the Pacific Northwest heat dome of a few months ago, and many other processes of systematic discrimination that have created vulnerability in these communities. And that's typically I think that could fill in that could be a whole lot other conversation if we focused on the root causes of vulnerability and how to properly account for the drivers of that vulnerability. I think I will stop there. Can you advance to the next slide, please? I will stop there. Well, actually, how are we doing on time, Lauren?
You can take another, maybe 3 or 4 minutes here.
Okay. So would you advance to the very last slide? I wanted to show, let me see if it's easy to show. If you can keep going, please. On the left, maybe a little bit hard to see, but this is an example of a recent analysis that we conducted and released as a sort of rapid response work to respond to the extreme heat events that have been happening over the last couple of weeks in the country, where we take surface temperature data calculate basically the urban heat island intensity, or how much hotter every census tract is compared to the regional average. For, in this case, we're looking at the Miami urban area and also the Phoenix metropolitan area, which are, we know, multi-city large metro areas. And then combine that with the population sensitivity to heat, and you can see that this in the more pink areas basically illuminate the hottest parts of the micro or the smaller sort of clusters of urban heat islands in different parts of the metro area here in Miami, and that also have populations that have high sensitivity. I also have a blog or with more detail on how we assembled these and what are the variables that went in it. But they are, can we go back one slide, please? There. These are typically the sorts of variables that I include that are identified in the heat and health vulnerability literature as being the ones that are more associated with extreme heat. So this is heavy on extreme heat because it's the hazard that I have worked on most. I realized that that there are intersecting impacts of multiple hazards happening at the same time, as other presenters have mentioned here, and so there's definitely a need to be able to integrate those into your climate vulnerability assessments, so that you can adequately capture that full complexity and variability of climate vulnerability for the populations that you're looking at. So I would like to stop there and see if there are any questions.
Great, thank you, Juan. We're actually going to, before we do a question and answer, we're going to move over to Rebecca's presentation, and then
thank you very much.
After that, we will come back and have a joint Q&A for both of you. So thanks, Juan, and welcome, Rebecca.
Hi, thank you, Lauren. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for sticking with us through the lunch hour here. I'm very happy to be part of this discussion today. I've really enjoyed the presentation so far, and I'm glad to be able to represent the Coastal Resilience Partnership of Southeast Palm Beach County to share our very recent local case study of integrating socioeconomic data in a climate change vulnerability assessment. On the next slide, the Coastal Resilience Partnership, or CRP as we call ourselves, includes 7 municipalities plus Palm Beach County that came together to plan and implement climate adaptation strategies at the micro-regional scale. The CRP represents the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th largest cities in Palm Beach County, which are Boca Raton, Boynton Beach, and Delray Beach, the smaller city of Lake Worth Beach, and the barrier island towns of Lantana, Ocean Ridge, and Highland Beach, for a total population of about 300,000. Next slide. Our collaboration began in 2017 when a few staff members from the neighboring municipalities, many of us who had previously been involved with the compact and knew each other through the compact, came together informally to discuss how we might accelerate climate adaptation planning here in coastal Palm Beach County. We were fortunate to apply jointly and receive jointly 2 rounds of funding from FDEP's Florida Resilient Coastlines Program, the earlier iteration of the program that Whitney Gray shared with us earlier. And the grant funded the first 2 phases of our collaboration. We also received pro bono assistance from Harvard Law School's Emmett Environmental Law and Policy Clinic to help develop an interlocal agreement and cost sharing structure. And in March of 2020, we began the project with a consultant team led by Collective Water Resources, and we completed the vulnerability assessment. We used the abbreviation CCVA, Climate Change Vulnerability Assessment. We completed it just in June to July of this year. And at the beginning, we also brought in the Clio Institute to conduct some initial stakeholder engagement. We continued to engage the community throughout the project via a survey and some webinars. All, of course, were virtual. We started in March 2020, just at the shutdown. So while we intended to do more comprehensive and more inclusive outreach and engagement, it was difficult to do in a virtual format. On the next slide are the climate threats that we included in the study. We worked with our consultant team to identify the threats that were most salient to our region here in Palm Beach County. We wanted to be as comprehensive as possible to examine the multiple and often interacting climate threats that affect our entire communities. So we selected 12, and these are color coded here. The light blue are weather-related threats, high winds and rainfall flooding. In yellow, we have health-related harmful algal blooms and pest and disease outbreaks. Red is heat-related threats, and then of course the dark blue are the flooding threats that are multiple and interconnected. And you'll notice that sea level rise is not considered as a threat itself, but we considered it as a stressor to multiple threats. And we integrated the unified sea level rise projections from the compact to look at future scenarios. I'll share a little more about that in a minute. So several of the threats were assessed using a narrative or qualitative analysis, for example, harmful algal blooms, pest and disease, drought, etc. But on the next slide highlights the 5 threats that we assessed using a robust spatial analysis, and I'll focus on talking about these 5. These are high winds, rainfall flooding, extreme heat, tidal flooding, and storm surge. Next slide shows the assets. So we also cast a broad net when selecting assets to include, and we consider the definition of community assets as the people, structures, services, and systems that communities rely on and expect their leaders to manage and protect. There are 7 asset categories included here in our study: critical facilities, property, water infrastructure, etc. Our topic today is people and socioeconomics and elevating the importance of people as an asset and as a focus of vulnerability studies. So our study exemplifies this because not only did we include socioeconomics as an asset, we also have it as a lens that we can add to every specific asset threat assessment. And just in my personal opinion, elevating the social dimension in this way really adds a richness to the assessment results and amplifies the importance and urgency of these hazards. So we're considering not just buildings and structures that are at risk, but really people's lives. So the next slide briefly reiterates some of what we've talked about already today, the methods or the frames for defining vulnerability. We looked at both vulnerability and risk. And so vulnerability, again, is based on exposure, sensitivity, and adaptive capacity. And risk is based on the probability and consequence of a threat impacting an asset. If you'll click once, you'll see that we use a matrix to determine vulnerability as the combination of potential impact and adaptive capacity. Potential impact being the combination of exposure and sensitivity, just reduced to one concept. And then risk, if you click again, we used a second matrix similarly to assess risk. And finally, another click of the cursor, then a third matrix was used to combine the vulnerability and risk scores into a final metric, which is the main output that we focus on in interpreting the results. On the next slide, we have the results that are presented at the aggregate scale by census tract. That's the map in the middle, with the bright red areas being census tracts of higher vulnerability and the light pink being the lower vulnerability. We also have an interactive tool called Excel Adapt that allows us to zoom in and examine vulnerabilities at the parcel scale. On the next slide, we kind of get into the main question today, which is how socioeconomic data are used in our assessment. So in 2 ways. First of all, we used socioeconomics as part of the rule set for the extreme heat assessment. Juan talked a lot about extreme heat assessments. I'll show you ours in just a moment. And then second, they are overlaid on all spatial threat assessments to examine social vulnerabilities. Integrating social data in this way allows us to ask and answer specific questions, starting with what are the types and areas with the most social vulnerability? Where are high social vulnerabilities co-located with high physical vulnerabilities? And ultimately, this helps ensure that equity and justice are prioritized when identifying adaptation investments. On the next slide are the results of our extreme heat assessment, which includes social factors alongside physical factors as intrinsic to how vulnerability is defined. The yellow map on the left shows potential impact, which is measured as both the percentage of sensitive populations, those over age 65 and under age 18, and the percentage of developed land cover, creating the urban heat island effect that Juan talked about. The middle map shows the adaptive capacity, which we defined as both the degree of socioeconomic stress, measured by a percentage of households below the poverty line, and the percent of tree canopy cover, which of course makes an area more adaptive to extreme heat. These components are then combined into the vulnerability map that you see on the right. On the next slide, to look at the other threat assessments beyond extreme heat, we did not use socioeconomics so much in the rule sets for defining vulnerability and risk. Those were based generally on physical and structural factors, but we are able to overlay socioeconomic metrics on every one of the asset threat combinations. So what you're seeing here is a screenshot from the ExcelAdapt platform that shows some example metrics in map form on the left, such as population density, percent of population younger than 18 or older than 64, and households below the poverty line. And then you see the full list of metrics that we have available to us to use in analyzing and interpreting the results. And these are at both the individual level and the household level based on the US Census American Community Survey data. Next slide. In addition to the individual variables, we can overlay the composite measure of social vulnerability from the CDC. Alyssa spoke about SOVI or SVI, I think different acronym for it, but same thing. The SVI ranks each census tract on 15 social factors, which you can see here, which are grouped into 4 themes: socioeconomic status, household composition and disability, minority status and language, and housing type and transportation. We can overlay the complete SVI, which is the map you see on the right, or look at each theme separately as appropriate, depending on the questions that we're asking or the specific assets and threats that we are looking at. On the next slide, I'll start to take us through just a few examples of how we can analyze and overlay our data. This map shows the results for high winds and residential properties, with the darkest census tracts being the ones with large numbers of vulnerable properties, of which they were more than 12,000 throughout the study area. And about 5,200 of these properties are sensitive housing types, including multi-residence, assisted housing, group home, or mobile homes. And the purple hatching in the map shows the census tracts that are above the 75th percentile of social vulnerability based on the SVI. So we can see the overlap between purple hatching and dark brown, maroon colored high vulnerability areas that have a high co-occurrence of social and physical vulnerabilities, mostly in the north and central parts of the study area. So this analysis could be used for targeting hurricane-related outreach or initiatives, specifically those that enhance residential wind mitigation. Just checking on our time here. I think we have about 10 more minutes, 5 or 10 more minutes.
Yeah, I think you can keep going for certainly another 5 to 10 minutes.
Just taking a quick look because I know we fell a little bit behind, but I think we're good. Okay, so 2 more examples. The next example shows the results for storm surge and residential properties. This assessment found that 8,400 of residential properties in the study area, or about 7%, are currently highly vulnerable and at risk to storm surge. And this is projected to increase to 11% by the year 2070 with 33 inches of sea level rise. Here we have overlaid the specific housing and transportation theme of the SVI because it includes factors such as lack of vehicle access and crowded multi-unit housing, which may be the most salient in the case of an evacuation order. This analysis highlights 3 census tracts where these vulnerabilities overlap identifying areas that local government can target for pre-hurricane outreach and transportation services. One final example on the next slide is rainfall-induced flooding in critical facilities. So this is where we get into looking at some specific categories of critical facilities. And rainfall-induced flooding, it's important to note, is one of the most widespread vulnerabilities affecting neighborhoods throughout the study area. So it is important to plan for and to look at how it affects all of our communities, not just those on the coast that are most affected by tidal and storm surge. Here we look at specific categories of critical facilities, and we found that 37% of health and medical assets and 29% of food infrastructure assets are highly vulnerable and at risk. The map on the left shows the areas with high numbers of vulnerable medical facilities overlapping with high percentages of general social vulnerability. The map on the right shows vulnerable food infrastructure overlaid with percent of households that receive SNAP benefits, supplemental nutrition assistance program benefits. These analyses can be used in planning to ensure continuity of public health services and food assistance to the most affected communities in the context of more frequent and extreme rainfall flooding events that we are seeing with climate change. Next slide, please. So we will use these data and metrics to inform decision makers to target and prioritize adaptation efforts, but we do recognize that this is just a starting point. And some of our speakers today already spoke about achieving climate equity and racial equity takes ongoing, holistic, and qualitative approaches. Our team used the framework developed by the City of Portland and Multnomah County to identify and select adaptation strategies with a focus on equity by considering questions such as these involving shared benefits, relationship building, alignment, and partnership and capacity building. Moving into our next steps on the next slide, both as the CRP and within our individual communities, we're working now to integrate assessment results and equity metrics into interdepartmental planning and operations. We've done a couple of trainings and are engaging our staff on these data and how to best use them. We also have the recommended strategies as well as adaptation action area policies for the comprehensive plans that we're beginning to vet through and review and revise for our individual jurisdictions. We have work to do, continuing to prioritize and of course implementing those strategies with an eye to equity. And we are already currently engaging with the Florida Always Ready resilience law that Whitney spoke about earlier and preparing for state and federal funding opportunities. We have not yet, due to COVID, done a lot of public meetings. Clearly, we did some webinars, but we want to look at ways to host public meetings about climate threats and solutions and the results of the study that are easily accessible to underserved populations. And we will continue to collaborate as the Coastal Resilience Partnership moving forward. And one more slide. I wanted to also share that here in the city of Boynton Beach, we are beginning a deeper dive into racial and social equity. We've hired FIU, the Perez Metropolitan Center, to conduct a comprehensive community needs assessment. We are integrating sustainability and resilience and the results of the CCVA along the way. So our city staff and leadership are looking forward to the insights and lessons to come out of this more qualitative and deeper process. So I guess my ending point here is that it's an ongoing journey. We did the study, we have a great foundation to build on and begin to learn. But it's something that continues. Equity and addressing social vulnerability is an ongoing process. So I want to thank, on my final slides here, I want to just thank all the jurisdictional partners in the CRP, our consultant team, and our panel of experts, including one of my co-panelists, Carolina Moran from the Water Management District and Lake Worth Drainage District, West Palm Beach and Broward County. Thank you all. We really had a dream team. We assessed 12 climate hazards during a global pandemic, and it was actually an extremely productive and positive experience. So thank you all. And on my final slide, I have contact info and our website where you can find the full report and all the contacts at coastalresiliencepartnership.org. Thank you.
Great, Rebecca. Thank you so much. I've been following along as this analysis has been underway, and just really interesting to see what you guys did as a micro region. Even that concept is fantastic and really useful as a model for those who are attending today. So let's see if Juan, you want to jump back in with us and we can stop sharing the slide, Russell. Great.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm going to just kick it off, actually, leading Rebecca from kind of where you ended, of your great team there, lots of consultants and several partners. In terms of, working with consulting firms, how important was it that the consultants that you guys worked with and the partners that you worked with had familiarity and experience with these kind of indices that integrate socioeconomic and climate hazards together? Was that something that you were looking for as you were scoping and in the RFQ process? Talk a little bit about that.
Yes, it was. I remember, I shared the timeline where we started talking about the collaboration back in 2017. And from the beginning, one of the first things we did was we realized none of us had done a vulnerability assessment. So we started looking at different models and best practices. And it was really important to us from the beginning to look at vulnerability holistically. So I didn't talk about today, but we also looked at economic factors. It was one of the asset categories. We have another layer of economic data that we can overlay because of the importance of tourism and our economy. We can look at those socioeconomics as well. But as far as the social factors, yeah, we did write that in from the very beginning to the RFP, and our team had many subject matter experts and was able to pull all of the various physical and social data together. So we're pleased.
Awesome, thanks. Juan, over to you. So we've talked a lot and sort of defined the term adaptive capacity. A few of our speakers have done that beautifully. But in terms of really getting at the heart of that, I mean, how can a local government really identify what conditions in their community may lead to increased adaptive capacity? Talk about what that looks like.
Well, I think that there is a need to partner with the communities that are most impacted, right? There's a whole social and economic and demographic and fabric, right? That people live and play and worship, right? And go about their daily lives. And there are things in that fabric that make people more vulnerable, but there are also many resources, and communities prove that in the absence of directed or sustained sorts of resources, they rely on each other as community members, transgenerationally and so on. So, but quantifying that is complicated. It's difficult, right? I mean, a census doesn't give you that information, so there is a definite need to talk to the communities, to talk with them, not at them, but with them, to bring them into the processes, to bring them into the even drafting of initial plans, to try to get the communities buy-in, to let the communities tell their own stories that can turn into equitable solutions. Many communities that, I mean, just because they don't have advanced degrees or not in city government or in universities, or doesn't mean that they don't know what their own problems, ills are, and the solutions that they can bring to the table. So it's essential that is done. That takes time, that takes resources. Sometimes, like other presenters said, 1 year sort of like frameworks in which we typically operate, fiscal years, in government, nonprofits, and so on, they're just not conducive to doing that in a really good way. So there are all these other assumptions and all these other ways in which agencies, nonprofits, the private sector, and the public sector operates, and may need to change a little bit and be more flexible so that we can do meaningful engagement with communities.
Thank you, Juan. Really important point. Communities know what they're up against, and often these analyses rely very strongly on kind of quantitative data, which is super important, but we haven't talked too much today about the need to kind of ground truth some of that information, hear about lived experiences within communities, and that takes a whole nother level of effort and capacity and really kind of understanding. So thanks for bringing that point. So Rebecca, one of your bullets on one of your slides did kind of indicate that moving forward, the results of the analyses, will be used to kind of advance work with equity in mind. And obviously you can't speak for the region, and I'm certainly not asking you to, or even necessarily fully for your own government, but just curious about your thoughts on how the results of the analyses in terms of kind of putting together socioeconomic information with hazards may shape the adaptation strategies or the specific projects that you all are looking to advance coming out of this process.
Yeah, thank you. It already is really, and I just am glancing at the chat and I noticed the comment about the term equity lens, and I did use that. I didn't want to use that word, and then I used it in the sense of overlaying data, because in the sense of the tool is we can put various data filters on it. And I couldn't think of another word to say that. But as a tool, because we have this census tract level socioeconomic analysis overlaid on flooding, on heat, on wind, et cetera, we can start to look at that. And we are, just as we're applying for the FDEP grant cycle that's coming up, we believe that is asked in that application. So we can, it's just amazing to have it all in one place. And as we are identifying a critical asset that needs to be adapted to apply for that funding for, we can also very easily make the case that it is in an area that has these documented, data-driven social vulnerabilities. Did that answer your question? I feel like there was more I was going to say.
It absolutely did. Thank you, Rebecca. One, there's a lot of, we've been talking about some pretty complex things today. What advice do you have on how we can best communicate the complexity of climate vulnerability with the different variables we've been talking about to our communities that local governments are serving?
Well, if I had to make it, in my experience, we can get, fancy with climate vulnerability assessments and statistical methods that serve to publish papers, and that's good. But we can also we can get to the same sort of answers by using simpler methods that are easier to do, easier to communicate, that will take less time. And I think the social dynamics that I have seen in the studies that I've conducted in Cuyahoga County, Ohio, in DC, in Phoenix, in multiple other cities, in New York City, they boil down to basically the markers of class and race and ethnicity. If you have a need to identify subpopulations within the specific areas and counties or neighborhoods that you work in, then yes, then you should I think that you should definitely use more detailed census data, for example, or community source coping capacity data to identify specific subpopulations. You may be interested in a public health intervention targeting single moms that are heads of household, for example. And so the broad markers of race and income are not, or poverty are not going to give you that necessarily, right? So there's no one size fits all sort of solution, right? I think that the professionals, the people that we're talking with here today are charged with working within their communities, and not on a state level or not on a national level, of course, right? So there will probably be a need to be able to identify those communities with a combination of data of I mean quantitative sort of census type data with all the limitations that it has and recognizing the limitations that it has, and complement that with the very rich sort of informed narratives and quantitative sort of ethnographies of how people deal or not deal successfully with extreme weather and climate change impacts. So that can only come from talking to people, from doing those coping capacity sort of assessment, survey data, talking, basically asking people.
Yeah, great advice. Sometimes I think we might overcomplicate some of this, but yeah, going directly to the source, going to the communities that we're trying to understand and trying to ultimately protect is sometimes the best path.
And if you let me add something real quick, I remember a particular presentation I saw a number of years ago where researchers conducted something like this. They said, listen, we went and we did a very complicated sort of fancy type of climate vulnerability assessment of an index with social demographics and so on. We went down to a community, we presented it to a community, and the community were basically scratching their head saying, this doesn't look like our communities. And that forced them to go back to the drawing table and say, well, I mean, we are coming down as scientists, you know, as professionals with all of these assumptions about the power of data, and it does have a lot of power, right? But we can't forget that the data just give us glimpses into what ultimately are breathing and moving bodies, and you know, of people that will respond, that will adapt and cope in many different ways.
Right, absolutely. Well, great. This certainly gave me some new thoughts about, you know, what these assessments can and should look like. And I hope it's sparked some thinking for you all who are participating and joining in today. So thank you so much, Juan and Rebecca. We are super grateful for you both being here today. Before we adjourn, we actually just want to hear from you all one more time. So Russell, if you can share your, yep, I'm gonna stop my video, and we'd love for you all who are still hanging in there, and I know we're 2 minutes before the end, to just reflect on what you heard and learned today, and provide us your thoughts on what you still need in order to take the next steps in your process of assessing community vulnerability to climate change. So what is it that you're still looking for? What is it that you're still in need of? Again, you can join the Slido poll by holding your camera over the barcode or going to slido.com and putting that number in. And this is actually a free response. So you can type anything that you want in and it will come up if you are so brave to provide any feedback that you may have. All right, so I'm going to just give it a minute for folks to start providing. Okay, so we're seeing we need funding. Not sure the compact can necessarily help you with that, but good to know. Perhaps those not strictly related to Resilient Florida. Faith-based natural solutions. So that's a new one for me. Would love to hear more about that. A template for vulnerability assessments that tie directly to statutory requirements and precursors for funding. We need a forum to keep coordination efforts going, sharing resources, expertise, approaches, and tools. Good to know. I think that's something that the compact endeavors to do on some level and can do better. Any other thoughts? Just give it another minute. 1, where do you start? 2, there is a hesitancy to utilize federal funding. How to bridge this fear hesitancy. All right, risk layer to help prioritize areas. Wonderful. Well, thank you all very much for that feedback. It is helpful and we are capturing it, and we will be reflecting on it. So I just want to close out today's webinar by again thanking our speakers and those who joined today for your interest and participation, as well as the really important work that you all are doing to build community resilience to climate change. I also want to reiterate my thanks to the planning committee who helped to design today's event. As a reminder, we will be posting the recording of this workshop and all the presentations on the Compact's website in the coming days. And we will be distributing these links to you via email, so keep your eye out. We also look forward to additional feedback about today's workshop that we're going to send to you. A very brief post-event survey, very brief, it will take you 2 minutes. Your feedback really does help us to continue to improve future implementation workshops to better serve you. So thank you so much in advance for your participation in that survey. We very much look forward to your participation at the Compact's next implementation workshop, which is scheduled for November. Thank you all and have a wonderful afternoon.